Chapter 31, Nape. Chapter 31, Nape. Then all the more for you to strip. Xiao Qie took off his arm guards and set them on the wooden ledge under the eaves together with his cloak and outer garment. The soldiers in the inner hall of the military drill grounds wanted to come over to pay their obeisances, but he raised a hand to stop them. He turned around to look calmly at Sun Zichuan and said, "That'd be just perfect for me to see and experience for myself the difference between a body trained by the Ji clan's mental cultivation techniques and mine. Since we are from the same school of martial arts." Sun Zichuan set Longli blade at the side. "Then the stances and moves are naturally the same." "Not necessarily so." Xiao Qie said, "My shifu incorporated an external boxing style one into it, so it was already quite different from the Ji clan boxing style by the time it was imparted to me. If they were identical, you wouldn't have been totally oblivious of the fact that night. If you want to exchange pointers, then just say so." Sun Zichuan slid a leg out in an arc. "Why speak of stripping? You sound just like a beast." In that very instant, Xiao Qie felt as though Sun Zichuan had suddenly turned into another person. Rainwater and mountain fog overlapped, washing out Sun Zichuan's facial features. In contrast, his slender body became all the more striking. "My wish is to be a beast in human clothing." Xiao Qie strode down the stairs and stepped into the curtain of rain. "I gave you a kick 5 years ago. Do you hate me for it?" Sun Zichuan said, "If I say yes, wouldn't that mean I have been tossing and turning, having sleepless nights thinking of you? So nope. I don't hate you at all." Xiao Qie struck up a starting stance and said, "What a pity. If you hate me, then you can get your revenge today." Amid the biting cold wind, Xiao Qie slowly added on, "That is, if you can." Raindrops came pitter-pattering down, bouncing for a few steps before spreading their wings on the veranda. At this moment, Xiao Qie sprang up in the rain to make his move first. He threw out a punch, only to strike at empty air. But the vigor and strength of his blow sent the water droplets flying and splashing onto Sun Zichuan's cheeks. Having missed his target with that strike, Xiao Qie swept his arm to the left. Sun Zichuan blocked his blow with a lightning move of his hand. When both men's arms collided, Sun Zichuan frowned from the pain and retreated a few steps back. Ji clan's boxing style. Sun Zichuan pursed his lips into a tight line, but laughed out loud instead. Shifu's boxing style was steady and robust. Xiao too obviously lacked the steadiness but was far more ferocious. His strength was too astonishing. Just a collision like this, and the impact had already numbed Sun Zichuan's arm. The Ji clan's boxing style was meant to be imparted to this kind of man, because his internal and external constitution all made it particularly suitable for him to train in it. Xiao Qie's physique granted him the qualification to hold the various heroes in contempt. But was receiving an unfair advantage from heaven the crux to determining victory? What Sun Zichuan did not believe the most was the fate heaven decided for them. Sun Zichuan raised a leg up, and raindrops suddenly went splashing towards Xiao Qie. His leg sweep 3 was quick and brutal. Any other ordinary person would home in on the advantageous and avoid the dangerous, thus, they would first evade an incoming attack. But Xiao Qie just had to meet difficulties head-on. He lifted his arm to block and fend off Sun Zichuan's leg with a thud, then strode a steady step forward. It was too late for Sun Zichuan to retract his leg. Facing off Xiao Qie was just like facing off a tiger or a leopard poised for action. A wavering heart, an evasive gaze, an avoidant stance. As long as he showed any signs of these, Xiao Qie would instantly storm in. He would never miss any opportunity to attack his opponent. Letting Xiao Qie go on the defensive was much easier to deal with than letting Xiao Qie go on the offensive. Sun Zichuan exerted force with his leg, and the pressure slightly slowed down Xiao Qie's movement. In a twinkling of an eye, Sun Zichuan was lifted into the air by Xiao Qie. He leaned his entire body back, supported his weight with both arms on the ground, and straightened back up like a soft willow in the wind. The moment he sprang back to his feet, he swept his leg out again. Once again, Xiao Qie bent his arm to block it. This time, his eyes were calm as he said, "An ant trying to shake a tree. For should I diss you for overrating your abilities, or should I commend you for your courage?" Xiao Qie had only just said this when he backhandedly grabbed Sun Zichuan's calf. His shoulder sank as he attempted to flip Shen Zichuan over to the ground. Having already been swung up, Shen Zichuan made use of the momentum and stepped on Xiao Qie's shoulder. That amazing waist strength of his came into play again as his legs twisted around Xiao Qie's neck and spun him over to the ground together with him. Xiao Qie's palm slid straight up along this straightness and hooked around the spot that had bent into an arch earlier. The suppleness in his palm was so smooth it was incredible. He simply wanted to touch Shen Zichuan. Because he could not fathom it. Whether it was the Ji-clan's boxing style or the Ji-clan's broadsword style, as long as a person trained all the year round, his body muscles would definitely, and visibly, develop. But Shen Zichuan not only concealed it to the extent it looked as though he had never trained in martial arts, but also to the extent that both Chen Yang and Xiao Tianya were taken in, thinking him to be morbidly weak and sick due to a deficiency of vital energy and blood. Shen Zichuan lifted his body off the ground and slammed his elbow towards Xiao Qie's head. Xiao Qie tilted his head to dodge the blow. He held on tight to Shen Zichuan's waist and pinned him against his own chest, then felt his way up from the latter's waist to his chest. The Eastern Pearl 6 was still hidden in his bosom. The moment Shen Zichuan's back bumped into Xiao Qie, he clasped hold of Xiao Qie's arm and flung him over his shoulder into the rain. The spray of water instantly wetted his hair. Shen Zichuan wanted to retreat, but Xiao Qie unexpectedly hooked him with his long leg and sent him tripping towards himself. Shen Zichuan's body was already tilting towards Xiao Qie, but in that very instant, he trod on the water and gradually stabilized himself just like the reverberations of the strings on a chain. Xiao Qie straightened up and threw himself forward again. His hook struck at empty air, but he touched a lock of Shen Zichuan's long hair that had fluttered up in the rain as the latter spun around in a retreat to evade his blow. The rain-soaked lock of hair longingly slipped past Xiao Qie's fingertips as if wanting for more, causing him to feel a wet itch. Not fighting anymore. Xiao Qie suddenly clenched his fist and looked at Shen Zichuan. The rain has gotten heavier. Shen Zichuan looked back and asked, "Have you touched enough?" Without batting an eyelid, Xiao Qie said, "Not soft, but not hard either." Shen Zichuan said a little mockingly, "I thought you were going to tear off all my clothes." "If I really wanted to." Xiao Qie said, "We would be bearing all of ourselves to each other right now." With that, he raised his other hand and waved the thin blade Shen Zichuan always carried with him. The Ji-clan's mental cultivation techniques need to be paired with the broadsword. Even if you use these things every day, you will not be able to defeat me in this lifetime. If you can't beat me, then how are you going to take revenge? Shen Zichuan's thin blades were originally hidden on the outside of his thighs. He glanced down, then looked at Xiao Qie again. He said, "Fighting and killing will hurt relationships. Isn't it more pleasant to play the fool together?" Xiao Qie said, "I only fear that you are hiding a blade behind your smile 9 to stab me when I'm the least unaware. Only the word lust has a blade above it." Shen Zichuan spread out his hands. "Second young master is a gentleman. What's there to fear?" Xiao Qie placed the thin blade in Shen Zichuan's palm and said unhurriedly, "I've just said that I'm a beast in human clothing. Why do you always see me as a gentleman?" Shen Zichuan wanted to retract his hand. But Xiao Qie grabbed him by the wrist and said, "Seeing as you are so obedient today, this second young master will take you someplace that'll make you feel good." "Viceroy," Shen Zichuan suddenly said with a severe countenance, "Please, I'm not into men. Let us just part on good terms without hard feelings. Why pester me to such an extent?" Xiao Qie was momentarily dumbfounded, then he turned his head to the side and saw a whole bunch of Imperial Army soldiers clinging all over the doors and windows of the military drill grounds inner hall to watch the show. The vice-commander of the Imperial Army was the scar-faced man who led his men to kill the 8 great training divisions that night. He clutched the window and took the lead to jeer. "Fighting like a hoodlum taking liberties. Viceroy, what the hell? You never smiled at us when you lecture us every day." "That was pestering," he said. They winked meaningfully at each other and started heckling. How could that be the same? The Viceroy is 23 now, and he has no wife at home to dote on. So all the energy in him has to be expended on someone else. It's not the same. Xiao Qie sensed that Shen Zichuan was going to run, and so he pulled the latter hard towards himself. He said with a superficial smile, "That's right. I'm into pestering others. Lanju, why are you running? I'm not done pestering you. The reason you aren't into men is that you have yet to get a sweet taste of them. Second young master will teach you. When it came to being shameless and stupid, he, Xiao Qie, would only concede defeat to Li Jianheng. Who wouldn't know the trick of forcing yourself on someone else? Sun Zichuan was really belittling him by trying to use this kind of cheap trick to embarrass him. Without giving Sun Zichuan the chance to reply, Xiao Qie dragged him away. Behind them, Tan Tai who touched his scar and asked the soldier beside him, "Who's that man? I've never seen him in our imperial army before. His surname is Shun." The man beside him winked. "The one from Zhongbua." The smile on Tan Tai whose face cooled. He propped himself up with his arms to stick his head out, then looked back and said, "Is that fucking Shun who brought disaster upon Zhongbua? What's the viceroy doing with him? Shun Wei caused the death of so many people. Even 8 heads of his aren't enough for us to behead. The prince of Jianxing's manor has already been wrecked by others. Yet he's still eating and living well in Kudu. The orphans who have lost their parents on the Chashi River frontline are still gnawing on mud. Fuck this. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Xiao Qie led Sun Zichuan up Mount Feng. There was a narrow flight of stone steps in the mountain. The stream soaked through the soles of their shoes, chilling them to their bones. But Xiao Qie did not even look back as he parted the maple leaves dripping with water and made his way onto a path. Their shoes sank into the mud they trod upon as they walked farther in with uneven steps. Less than an hour later, Xiao Qie stopped in his tracks. The thatched cottage in the misty rain was small and exquisite, but it did not look like a place to live in. He turned sideways and said to Sun Zichuan, "You saved me once in the Nanlin hunting grounds. As a reward, I'll share half of this place with you." "The reward I want is cold, hard cash," Sun Zichuan said, not soaking in a bath together. "Money and fame are merely worldly possessions." Xiao Qie stretched out both arms to lift the fabric curtain and enter. He stood at the entrance to strip off his attire and shouted, "This place is one that even the emperor's old man himself had never enjoyed before." Sun Zichuan lifted the curtain and saw Xiao Qie's bare upper body. The contours of the muscles on the back of his shoulders were clean and neat, like a physique sculpted with a chisel. Other than a small clothes rack with curvy raised ends 11 in the house, there was only a hot spring that led out. Xiao Qie hung up his clothes on one side of the clothes rack. The other end was obviously reserved for him. Xiao Qie took off his boots, looked back at Sun Zichuan, and said, "Do you want to turn your back to me and strip, or do you want to strip while watching me?" Pulling at his waist belt, Sun Zichuan turned his back. The Eastern pearl landed in his palm, and he conveniently put it away into his sleeve. The gaze on his back never shifted away. Sun Zichuan's hand paused for a moment before he pulled off his own outer garment. Xiao Qie watched that garment slip to the ground. The fairness of Sun Zichuan's neck finally extended downward, very much like pear blossom rice paper immersed in moonlight. His back looked so thin and smooth. Xiao Qie thought. That's right. It was as if he had been staring at Sun Zichuan's nape all for this very moment. How could a man's nape produce such breathtaking beauty? This was beyond everything Xiao Qie had seen and heard in the past. It not only surprised him, but also baffled him. The fangs of the little wolf from Li Bei were sharp, but he had never bitten such a neck before, nor had he ever bitten such a man. His gaze slid down from Sun Zichuan's nape with a strength that felt like a caress, moving along that slightly heaving contour as it made its way farther down and down. Smooth. Xiao Qie's mouth felt parched. He suddenly returned to his senses with a jolt and hurriedly averted his gaze. I must be mad, he thought. There were so many courtesans on Donglong Street. Which one of them wasn't a genuine beauty? Why was he looking at a man's back as though he was burning with hunger? Xiao Qie used to turn his nose up at people who were seduced by beautiful women, because the elders and seniors he admired were all men of resolute will. Every one of them could be said to be a true gentleman with the air of a man untempted by lust even with a beautiful woman in their laps. 12 just like his father, his brother, his Shifu. The famous generals of the world changed generation after generation. But he had never admired Qi Shiyu before precisely because Qi Shiyu was a lecher. After the battle in Zhongbua, the one he loathed the most was Shun Wei, and it was because Shen Wei was not only guilty of monstrous crimes, but was also lecherous. But at this moment, he felt a little dizzy as that bestial instinct, captivated by beauty and stirred by desires, once again showed signs of rearing its head. Xiao Qie strained himself to rein in his gaze and vividly felt the contradiction between his mind and his desire. He did not love this man, but because of this man's loveliness, the desire to embrace him, ravage him, and tear at him with his teeth sprang up within him for the second time. "Aren't you going in?" Shen Zichuan was completely oblivious as he turned back and approached him, unperturbed. Xiao Qie responded in an angry voice. Duh. Chapter 32, Mountain Night Stay. Chapter 32, Mountain Night Stay. Thick, steaming mist, coupled with the drumming sound of the rain. Shen Zichuan was about to enter and soak in the water. As he bent down, Xiao Qie, who was behind him, got a clear look at the curvy contours of his waist and buttocks, which became more and more conspicuous with each of his movements. Has muscles. Very toned. But he did not look like a martial arts practitioner the slightest. Because the way Xiao Qie saw it, he did not have that threatening vibe. Shen Zichuan submerged himself into the water. His legs, which had soaked in the rain until it was cold, gradually warmed up. Xiao Qie entered the water and leaned far away from him at the other end. Shen Zichuan asked in astonishment, "Why are you hiding so far away?" "It pleases me to." Xiao Qie roughly folded the wet handkerchief to cover his eyes, then put up his arms without looking at Shen Zichuan again. But after a moment, Xiao Qie found it inappropriate, so he raised his hand to pull off the handkerchief and stared fixedly at Shen Zichuan. Shen Zichuan felt that Xiao was very much like his gerfalcon right this moment. It was as if he would start going on the offensive with just a little jab. "What do you want to see?" Shen Zichuan's expression was as warm as the spring breeze as he used the tone of one cajoling a child eating candied hawthorns on the street. "Tell me. I'll let you see." Xiao Qie bent up a leg and pulled off the only remaining cover around his waist without batting an eyelid. He said, "I've already touched them all earlier." Shen Zichuan sank a little lower into the water, exposing only a pair of eyes to look at him. Xiao Qie felt even more irritable being sized up by that gaze of his. He said, "What?" Shen Zichuan revealed his lower jaw and replied, "You were in a good mood earlier. Why the sudden change?" "My mood right now is also pretty good." Xiao Qie said, "Soaking in the bath means one can shut up. There is no need to talk. Can you stop looking up at me like that?" Shen Zichuan slowly lifted his body, and the water trickled down along his chest. His scattered hair spread out like ink saturating the water. It was as if he was a magnolia flower climbing out among this water mist. Xiao Qie could not stand it anymore. Why had he thought of flower? He watched with wide-open eyes as Shen Zichuan came closer to him. He could even smell Shen Zichuan's scent when the latter sat beside him. Not fragrant. Mild scent. Feel like catching a few more whiffs. Xiao Qie retracted the arms he had put up at the edges and suddenly pulled over a garment from the clothes rack. He stuffed all of it into the water to cover up his waist. After doing this, he looked calmly at Shen Zichuan and said, "What?" "Surprised. I'm afraid you might get funny ideas at the sensual sight of second young master, hence, the cover." "Then I thank you," Shen Zichuan said with a displeased expression. Xiao Qie lowered his head, only to realize that the clothing he had pulled off belonged to Shen Zichuan. "For washing my clothes on my behalf." Shen Zichuan said, "Now I'll have to soak in here until tomorrow." The awkward silence permeated through the air rapidly as both men looked at each other. Outside, the wind rustled amid the cold and dismal autumn rain. After a long while, Xiao Qie said, "This clothing won't dry even if we leave it be. Meng can go and call Chen Yang over." With that, he raised his head and whistled. There was a moment's silence in the hot spring. Neither Lang Dao Shui Jin nor Meng came. Xiao Qie whistled again. Outside, Meng shrank its head under its wing and ignored him. Such a heavy rain, it had absolutely no wish to fly out and get itself wet. The silence seemed endless. Eventually, Shen Zichuan said, "I'll wring it dry." Xiao Qie pressed the clothes back down, and said while gnashing his teeth at him, "Wait a moment." Both men were stranded in the hot springs for a night. By the time their clothes dried, It was already the hour of Mao. Tu Shen Zichuan finally put on his clothes at long last. As he secured his waist belt, he could still sense that ravenous gaze of a tiger eyeing its prey. But he said nothing and feigned unawareness. Xiao Qie lifted the hanging screen. It was still dark outside. The air was thick with mountain fog and the scent of dampness after a rain. It was inconvenient to head down the mountain, as the stone stairs were all covered in thin ice. Both men moved in a single file, with one in front and one at the back. The military drill grounds occupy the southwestern side of Mount Feng. Shen Zichuan surveyed the place from above. Although it's very close to Kudu, its view is completely blocked by Mount Feng. The 8th Great Training Division won't conduct their patrols here. Your location choice is really excellent. I wouldn't have chosen this land if not for Mount Feng. Xiao Qie pushed aside the maple branches and turned back to indicate to Shen Zichuan to make his way over under his arm. Shen Zichuan passed under it. The scenery before him suddenly opened up as all the obstructions turned to mist. He could see the Imperial Army's military drill grounds clearly. There were already squads running around the grounds. The Imperial Army did not make a move during the autumn hunt. Shen Zichuan sized it up for a moment and said, "But I can see that they are all fully equipped. Hua Xiqian is dead now. The moment the seizure of his assets following the autumn hunt is concluded, the Chief Surveillance Bureau will be coming for you." Xiao Qie obviously could not afford to raise 20,000 Imperial Army soldiers based on his salary alone, and he could not misappropriate the military salary and provisions of the Libe armored cavalry either. But going by the annual budget the Ministry of Revenue allocated to him before the autumn hunt, the Imperial Army obviously would not have the money to establish themselves on such a scale. Shi Jiyuan died because he could not explain himself. And now, it was time for them to be demanding answers from Xiao Qie. Xiao Qie said, "Let them come." As for where the money had come from, he did not speak further on the issue, and Shen Zichuan did not ask again. After a while, Xiao Qie said, "Many errands from the Ministry of Works requiring manual labor were all handed to the Imperial Army to be carried out. Since 5 years ago, every sum of money paid out to the Imperial Army for the assignments were all recorded down in black and white in the account books. Even if the Chief Surveillance Bureau investigates it, they won't be able to find anything nefarious." It was for this reason that Xiao Qie became the infamous debt collector in the Ministry of Revenue. All of them thought he was asking for money to spend on women and wine. They did not know that he was actually saving money over the years, and that the only account he had that could be said to be an extravagant expense was money for wine. Li Jianheng might be muddle-headed, but he was generous when it came to his buddies. Every time he invited Xiao Qie to Donglong Street, he was the one who paid out of his own pocket for the girls and for the feasts to treat his bunch of disreputable friends. Li Jianheng lived off government coffers, and he had no principal wife to keep him in line. If he had no money, he would ask the palace for it. Emperor Xianda had never been stingy with him when it came to him spending money. Even if he had to take the funds from his own coffers, he would also give him the money. So, Li Jianheng never lacked money. Xiao Qie did not manage to return to Libei, but he had never resented Li Jianheng for it. Because he knew it better than anyone else that Li Jianheng regarded these disreputable friends of his as his real brothers. Thinking to this point, Xiao Qie said, "The reason the Empress Dowager saved you is naturally because she wants to use you. If all is calm, you can perhaps enjoy a steady rise to the top in the imperial bodyguards." But the former emperor suddenly started resisting. "The Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager has gone looking for you, hasn't she?" Shen Zichuan met Xiao Qie's eyes. He must not evade it. Not even for a moment. Xiao Qie had an extremely keen sense of smell. He only had to show a trace of guilt and Xiao Qie could definitely tell. Shen Zichuan replied with certainty, "Never." The chilly wind brushed past them and swept up the hems of their clothes. Xiao Qie slowly exhaled cold air and smiled unconcernedly. "Then your luck is pretty good." It was already daybreak by the time they returned to Kudu. Xiao Qie said from atop his horse, "I have to rush over for the morning court session. 3 you head back first." Shen Zichuan nodded and watched as Xiao Qie spurred his horse on to leave. When he returned to the abode, he did not see Chen Yang. Presumably, The latter had already left to wait for Xiao Qiye at the palace gate. Shun Zichuan took out the eastern pearl from his sleeve and held it between his fingertips to scrutinize it under the faint light. But before he could remove the strip of cloth, he paused. When he undressed, he had placed the eastern pearl into his right sleeve. But now, it was from the left sleeve he took the eastern pearl out of. Shun Zichuan clicked his tongue lightly and frowned. Xiao Qiye arrived at the palace gate, dismounted, and made his way into his family's horse carriage where he quickly changed into his official robe. Chen Yang had also prepared breakfast, and the porridge was still hot. Xiao Qiye drank a bowl. I went to the military drill grounds last night to look for you, but you weren't there. Chen Yang kneeled beside the curtain and whispered, "It isn't stable in Kudu these days. Someone ought to go along with you when you venture outdoors." Xiao Qiye set aside the bowl and said, "Get someone to keep a close watch on Shenlanju at all times." Chen Yang acknowledged his order and said, "It's all our own men outside the abode. As long as he ventures outdoors, he definitely will not escape your eyes. It's just that the Hua clan has been defeated. Viceroy, what advantage is there for us to watch him closely now?" Xiao Qiye did not answer. He did not look too good as he lowered his eyes for a long time. It was not until Chen Yang mentioned the morning court session that he wiped his hands with a clean handkerchief and said, "I find that man unpredictable. If you look at him now, can you tell that he knows a little martial arts?" Chen Yang replied, "He looks clearly weaker than he was when he joined the imperial bodyguards. If Viceroy had not spoken of his help during the autumn hunt, I'd definitely not be able to tell. But if Viceroy gets Zhao Hui to take a look, perhaps he might be able to catch something." Zhao Hui met him face to face the last time he entered the capital, and he did not see anything off about him. Xiao Qiye said, "That body of his." His voice stopped abruptly. After a while, he continued, "Send a letter to Li Bei immediately and request Shifu's presence here." Stunned, Chen Yang said, "You want to ask, no matter what method he used to cover it up, it will definitely not escape Shifu's eyes." Xiao Qiye twirled his thumb ring around and said apathetically, "Besides, there's something I need to speak with Shifu." Li Jianheng shelved the morning court session today. He had yet to sleep his fill when he heard Shuanglu reporting to him that Hai Liangyi was kneeling just outside. Li Jianheng was immediately wide awake, but Mu Yu, who was in his arms, was still asleep. For a moment, he could not free himself, so he could only raise his neck and instruct Shuanglu in a whisper, "Go. Send him away." Shuanglu had only gone out for a while before he returned to kneel. He said, "Secretariat Elder said he must see Your Majesty. This slave said Your Majesty is still asleep, so Secretariat Elder said he will kneel and wait for Your Majesty." Li Jianheng panicked. Mu Yu had only just woken up in his embrace when he hurriedly coaxed her, "My dear, get dressed quickly and go to Chenming Palace at the back for your meal. I have to receive and meet the Secretariat Elder." Mu Yu was dainty and delicate, with black hair like a waterfall. At this moment, she did not pester him or make a commotion and simply dressed herself obediently. Once she was done, she glanced seductively at Li Jianheng with her adoring, affectionate eyes and helped him up as if the honor he had bestowed on her was too much for her to take. Li Jianheng loved this look of hers to bits. He tugged at her hand, reluctant to part, wanting so much to hold her on his knees while holding court. Next time, Li Jianheng kissed her several times in a row. "Next time, I'll not ask you to retreat." He embraced her and spoke for quite a while. It was only when Shuanglu entered again to hurry him up that Li Jianheng reluctantly let Mu Yu go. Hai Liangyi entered with a solemn expression and kowtowed. Li Jianheng sat on the dragon throne and said, "Please rise, Secretariat Elder. Please rise quickly." Hai Liangyi remained in place and kowtowed again. Not getting a response, Li Jianheng looked left and right, feeling his face burning. He coughed twice and said, "I've caught a cold these 2 days, so I wanted to sleep in a little longer in the morning." Hai Liangyi said, "This old subject has heard that Your Majesty has been diligently holding night courts. It's just that there has been no responses to all the memorials that have been submitted. After giving the matter careful thought, this old subject has come to admonish Your Majesty in the face. Your Majesty is now in the prime of life and at the height of power. If Your Majesty exercises diligence in governing the state, then a bright, thriving future will be close at hand once the depressing atmosphere from before has been swept away. Li Jianheng let out a few dry laughs and said, I guess so, but your majesty resides deep in the inner palace surrounded by castrated traitors serving him. If I indulge your majesty and let your majesty be, then your majesty will over time turn a blind eye and a deaf ear to advice and stray far from current politic. Hai Liangyi said resolutely and firmly. This subject has heard that Shuanglu, the eunuch personally serving your majesty, has been bribed into staffing plenty of dubious and low-down people around your majesty. According to the palace rules, anyone who isn't acting on imperial orders yet has the audacity to lead outsiders into the palace should be flogged to death. Shuanglu fell to his knees with a thud and looked at Li Jianheng in terror. He said, Your Majesty, Mingli Hall is a just and sacred place in this world. How can we tolerate eunuchs making a din here? Hai Liangyi looked at Li Jianheng, Your Majesty. Li Jianheng's chest was pounding hard. He looked at the stern Hai Liangyi and recalled the extreme danger of that night. His palms were sweating, and he wiped them on his dragon robe like a loser. He did not even dare to say a word in reply. The guards outside had already entered to drag Shuanglu away. Shuanglu cried out as he slid across the floor, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. His crime? Li Jianheng looked at Shuanglu. His crime is not punishable by death, Your Majesty. Hai Liangyi said firmly. Pan Rugi formed an eunuch clique and colluded with Hua Xiqian to stir up havoc within and outside Kudu. It's now the time to nip it in the bud as a warning to others. Not only that, promiscuous members of the imperial harem who seduce and bewitch the emperor in an attempt to sway him should also be flogged to death. Trembling with fear, Li Jianheng said, I wouldn't dare. With such a virtuous subject like Secretariat Elder to supervise and prompt me every day, how would I dare to act arbitrarily and fool around? Secretariat Elder mustn't be taken in by those groundless rumors. But Hai Liangyi said mercilessly, There's no smoke without fire. Your Majesty, we must not allow beautiful women who are the sources of troubles to remain. Li Jianheng was really scared now. How could he bear to let Mu Ayu die? He rose to his feet in a panic, cutting a sorry figure as he said, Secretariat Elder, I've realized my mistakes. Shuanglu has served me for many years. Just drop the matter today, and I'll surely administer affairs of state with due diligence in the future. Hai Liangyi kowtowed, deferring to him when all had been said and done to preserve some of his dignity. Li Jianheng held on to the table and listened to the sound of flogging outside. Blow after blow, one after the other. It was as if the one being hit was himself. He looked at Hai Liangyi with mixed feelings. There was aggrievement and also fear. Xiao Qie was just in time to see others splashing water and wiping the floor when he entered. Bloodstains spread under his feet. They were so vividly red that it was terrifying. All the eunuchs in Mingli Hall were quietly kneeling outside, not one of them dared to raise their heads. Xiao Qie strode inside, where Li Jianheng was sitting stupefied like a piece of wood on the dragon throne. When Li Jianheng saw Xiao Qie enter, he stared blankly at him for a moment before he burst out bawling. Li Jianheng smashed objects around as he cried and shouted, What kind of emperor is this? To think someone would point a finger to my nose and humiliate me like this. Which land under the heavens isn't land of the emperor? 5. What's wrong with me bestowing favors on a woman? Where's the wrong in it? Chapter 33, Uncle and Nephew. Chapter 33, Uncle and Nephew. After Li Jianheng was done flinging stuff around, he covered his face and sobbed. Xiao Qie avoided the shattered fragments and kneeled. When Li Jianheng's mood calmed a little after a while, he said, Get up. There's no need for you to kneel like this. You and I are buddies. Doing this will only make us feel estranged. Xiao Qie rose to his feet and said, The Secretariat Elder is merely upright and frank by nature. Li Jianheng was in low spirits as he covered his face for a long time. He said, They come here every 2 or 3 days to settle accounts, all of which I've permitted. Even when money flows out like water, I've never said a word. I've been on tenterhooks all day long these days to the point I've lost appetite. It hasn't been a good time for me. Can't I even ask for a few days to take a breather now that Hua Xiqian is dead and Ji Lei is about to be executed? Xian, You have no idea how dissatisfied they are with me sitting here. As long as there's another choice in this world, they would never want me. At this point, he felt sad again. But when have I ever thought of being the emperor? They were the ones who pushed me into becoming one. And now they are also the ones to admonish me. The censor of the Chief Surveillance Bureau keeps watching me every day. Even when I venture outdoors to appreciate flowers, they still had to submit memorials to reproach me in those erudite ways of theirs. Never mind if he killed a mere eunuch, but why can't he, High Rensha, show me due respect and give me some face? At the very least, I'm also the emperor of Dazhou. The more Li Jianheng spoke, the angrier he became. But there was nothing else on the table that he could smash, thus he pounded his own thigh in indignation. He made Mu Yu out to be a contemptible person, but it's not like they are noble and virtuous themselves. In the past when we were drinking in Donglong Street, which of them did not look dignified only for them to turn out to be scoundrels when they took off their pants? Mu Yu was originally picked out by me from a clan with a clean background. If it weren't for that dog Xiaofuzi who got in the way, would she have fallen into that traitor Pan's hands? My heart aches so much it's going to break. Xiao Qie merely listened and said nothing as Li Jianheng gave vent to all his grievances. By the time Li Jianheng stopped his tirade, his anger had already mostly subsided. If they truly treat me as the emperor and respect me, then I'd be willing to be diligent in my study. My imperial elder brother entrusted this vast empire to me. I want to be a sovereign of a flourishing era too. Li Jianheng said with aggrievement. High Rensha just doesn't think much of me. It was only then Xiao Qie said, on the contrary. It was precisely because the Secretariat Elder has high hopes for your Majesty that he dared to admonish your Majesty so severely. Your Majesty must not bear a grudge against him. Your Majesty has to know that Secretariat Elder Hai is equally stern and exacting with that unpolished jade Yuanzhua, Yarrow Wenyu. Skeptical, Li Jianheng asked, really? Xiao Qie said, if this wasn't the case, then why would the Secretariat Elder kill Shuanglu today? Li Jianheng pondered it over for a moment, then said. True that. If Hai Liangyi did not think much of him, why would he keep asking his opinions on every matter? Li Jianheng recalled back to the day when he had just ascended to the throne. After Hai Liangyi learned that the Empress Dowager had sent him snacks, he had specifically instructed him in private to change all his spoons and chopsticks into silver. One Hai Liangyi was an inflexible man who conducted himself seriously in both speech and manner. But he was different from Hua Xiqian. He has no disciples, only a student, Yarrow Wenyu. As Hai Liangyi wanted to avoid rousing suspicion, Yarrow Wenyu had still yet to enter the government to become an official despite being so talented. Hai Liangyi had never joined any clique in the Grand Secretariat, and he was also the only one who staked all he had and charged out to save Emperor Xianda at the Nanlin hunting grounds. He was the lone minister too mentioned in the books, difficult like a steep precipice, and upright like a lofty branchless tree. While Li Jianheng was thinking back on it, Xiao Qie was thinking about it too. One thing Li Jianheng said was clear, and that was, as long there was another choice in this world, the one to ascend to the dragon throne today would not be him, Li Jianheng. But even Emperor Xianda could not do anything about it, because Li Jianheng was perhaps the one and only candidate they had in this world. Since they had given him his support, then they had to teach and guide him. Dazhou was a nation currently beset by difficulties. It might seem as if a wave of troubles had just calmed in Kudu, but in truth, the storm had already begun to stir again. All the exceedingly loyal ministers with Hai Liangyi at the head were now all looking at Li Jianheng. In their eyes, he was perhaps a hopeless case, but Hai Liangyi had raised both of his hands to support and prop Li Jianheng up with that old back of his, wanting him to hang on, to turn over a new leaf, and to be an emperor who would be able to leave his good name in history. Xiao Qie and the civil officials had never gotten along with one another, because the central administration in Kudu feared the military power at the frontiers. These people were not only the reason for the invisible cage in which he was trapped, but they were also men of indomitable will and integrity in Dazhou who could still hobble on forward. Military commanders were not afraid of death, because they couldn't. Civil officials were not afraid of death, because they were conscientious. Li Jianheng was used to being fawned upon. He needed a teacher like Hai Liangyi who could castigate the contemporary failings of the times. When all is said and done, Lady Mu 3 doesn't have a status. If your Majesty's mind is truly set, then why not have a long heart-to-heart talk with the Secretariat Elder? This is the time when Dajo needs a continuous line of imperial heirs. As long as your Majesty can speak to him with honesty and sincerity, the Secretariat Elder will definitely not fob your Majesty off. Finally, Xiao Qie said, as for Ji Lei and Pan Rugi, I heard that the Court of Judicial Review has yet to sentence them. At the moment, Li Jianheng was occupied with thoughts of all that was good with Hai Liangyi. So he nodded absent-mindedly and replied, the accounts don't tally. They still need another retrial. The Eastern Pearl was hollow. When Shen Zichuan hooked the thin fabric strip out of it, the writing on it was already smudged from the soaking. He burned away the fabric strip. Every one of Xiao Qie's actions last night was on full display right before his eyes. Perhaps that man had touched the Eastern Pearl, but it was impossible for him to see what was written inside. Nevertheless, Xiao Qie's suspicions must have been roused. Shen Zichuan had answered that question on Mount Feng wrong. Xiao Qie had even told him the source of the Imperial Army accounts, all because he was waiting for him to tell him the truth frankly. Yet, he had denied it with absolute certainty. Shen Zichuan decocted the medicine and drank it in one gulp. The bitter taste pervaded his mouth. He endured the bitterness, just like the anguish he revisited every day and night. At last, he let out a mocking smile, wiped his mouth, and lay down to sleep. He dreamed again. In the dream, the cold wind was still howling at the Chashi sinkhole. He was no longer lying at the bottom, but standing alone at the edge of the pit, overlooking those 40,000 soldiers who were struggling like ants to survive. The Biancha cavalry surrounded the sinkhole like the black tide in the pitch-dark night. They blotted out the sky and the earth, engulfing all the Zhongbua garrison's troops' chances of survival, and turned this place into a slaughterhouse. A hand reached out among the churning waves of withered bones. Ji Mu stretched out his arrow-covered upper body like a puppet and sobbed as he called out to Shen Zichuan, Ji hurt so much. It was as if Shen Zichuan was a statue carved in clay or wood. He could not move, nor could he shout. His breathing quickened, and he was drenched in cold sweat as he clenched his teeth tightly. The leader of the Biancha cavalry was wearing a helmet. That hair fluttering in the wind had already turned a shade of a deep red in Shen Zichuan's recurring nightmare. He lifted his arm and pointed lightly at the sinkhole, and the arrows behind him all started falling one after another like a swarm of locusts. They stabbed into the men's bodies in dense clusters, piercing through flesh, spattering warm blood all over. The heavy snow all over the sky turned red too. Shen Zichuan watched Ji Mu fall into the bloody mud before he was swallowed up by a sticky red wave. His hands were cold. The blood on it was also cold. Shen Zichuan woke up. He sat up with his back to the light by the window as though nothing had happened. He lowered his head and went silent for a moment, then he got out of bed to get dressed. The guards lurking in the courtyard watched Shen Zichuan step out of his room to eat his meal before heading to the bathhouse. After an hour, the guard who had never taken his eyes off the bathhouse frowned and asked the man beside him, "Why isn't he out yet?" Two men exchanged glances and smelled a rat at the same time. When the guards rushed into the bathhouse, all they saw was the neatly stacked clothes. Shen Zichuan was long gone. Shi Hongxian had booked Biua Tavern to invite others to tea. He sat until he needed to answer the call of nature, so he got up to head to the latrine. He had only just stepped out of the door and had not walked a few steps in the corridor when someone patted him from behind. Shi Hongxian looked back and almost took a few steps back. Then he said, "How did you? Why are you always coming and going like a shadow?" "A lot has been going on lately." Shen Zichuan poured cold tea in passing. The reason Ji Lei and Pan Rugi have yet to be sentenced in the third trial by the Court of Judicial Review is because Hai Liangyi and Xue Xiuzhua have yet to pry out whatever they wanted from those two men's mouths, am I right? Shi Hongxian glanced around, then whispered, "You want to kill Ji Lei, but what can you do with everyone's eyes on this case? The reach of Hua faction case is too widespread, and there are too many people who are afraid of being implicated by those two. It's precisely to prevent them from dying a sudden and inexplicable death that Hai Liangyi told the men to take strict precautions when standing guard. You won't be able to strike." "I'm not going to." Shen Zichuan smiled derisively at Shi Hongxian. But I have a way to get Ji Lei to talk. Shi Hongxian looked at him for a long time. Then, he personally lifted the teapot to pour tea for him and asked, "What way?" Shun Zichuan sipped his tea and said, "Let me see Ji Lei." Ji Lei had been tortured for days, and at present, he was in shackles as he lay in the prison with disheveled hair and bare feet. He heard someone walking over to open the prison door, then cover his head before dragging him out. Ji Lei was shoved up a horse carriage. After a while, he was dragged down and thrown to the ground. It was quiet all around, with only the sound of water dripping off the corners of the walls. Ji Lei crawled up from the ground and asked with a black fabric bag covering his head, "Who's there?" A water droplet splashed with a plop. No one responded. Ji Lei felt a chill on his back. Bracing himself with his arms, he probed tentatively. "Secretariat Elder High?" But still, no one answered. Ji Lei's Adam's apple throbbed. He shuffled forward on his knees and bumped into the bars. He fumbled around, steadied himself, and shouted, "If you aren't Secretariat Elder High, then you are Shui Xiuzhua. How are you planning to torture me today? Bring it on. Say something. Why aren't you saying something? Who are you? Who exactly are you? What do you want to do? Do you think I'd be afraid if you don't talk? I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid." Ji Lei bent his head down between his arms to scrape the bag off. He moved his eyes and saw Shun Zichuan sitting in a chair right in front of him. Shun Zichuan was all dressed in bluish white, with one hand on the chair's armrest as he propped his head up to stare expressionlessly at Ji Lei. Laughter escaped from Ji Lei's throat. He grabbed the bars and squeezed his face in between the bars, then said in a low and deep voice, "Oh, it's you, the stray dog of Zhongbua. What does the vile beast want from your Shishu? Revenge for Ji Gang, or revenge for yourself?" Shun Zichuan said nothing. The smile vanished from those tender, expressive eyes of his, leaving only a heavy and dark gaze behind. Ji Lei could not even find hatred in them. He felt as if that was not a man with flesh and blood sitting there, but a famished stray cur that had already started to feed on human flesh. Ji Lei lowered his eyes and said with hatred, "The Ji clan has no descendants, and the one who severed Ji Gang's bloodline is you. So what are you looking at me for? Shun Zichuan, it was your Shun clan who killed Ji Mu, and it was also your Shun clan who violated Hua Pingting. How do you face yourself having lived for so long? You are the devil beneath the tens of thousands of ghosts who died unjustly. You are the continuation of Shun Wei's ignoble existence. You deserve to be hacked to pieces." Ji Lei began to laugh softly. He looked demented. "Do you think I'll be afraid of you? The bastard whom nobody wants. You think taking off your pants to follow Xiao II will give you better days ahead? Ha ha." Shun Zichuan laughed too. Ji Lei's laughter gradually came to a stop. He said coldly, "Is that funny? My plight today will also be your predicament in the future." Shun Zichuan put down his leg and leaned against the chair like he was pondering it over. He said, "Oh, I'm so scared." His words were breezy with sarcasm the moment he opened his mouth. "Devil, bastard, stray dog, vile beast." Shun Zichuan rose to his feet and crouched outside the bars. He began to laugh at Ji Lei, and said in an insane yet restrained tone, "You're right, I'm all of them. I'm the devil who climbed my way out of the Chashi sinkhole, the bastard Shun Wei left behind after he burned himself to death, the stray dog without a home to return to, and the vile beast reviled by thousands. Shishu, I'm so delighted you know me so well." Ji Lei began to tremble uncontrollably. Shun Zichuan looked askance at him. His gaze was far more sinister and malicious than how it was back then. It was as if a man had already died under this layer of gorgeous skin, and all that survived was an unnamed beast. 5 years ago, Shun Zichuan drew closer to the bars and scrutinized Ji Lei's fearful expression. He said softly, "The one kneeling here was me. What was that you said to me the day you sent me into Jiao Zui Temple?" Ji Lei's throat and eyes tensed. He wanted to answer, but he could not voice it out. "I have been remembering everyone's kindness with gratitude," Shun Zichuan said piously. "Every day. Every night." Chapter 34, Interrogation. Chapter 34, Interrogation. You. What exactly are you? Ji Lei pressed himself against the bars, looked at Shen Zichuan's smile, and swiftly moved back. What exactly are you up to? You're asking me? Shen Zichuan said cheerfully. You're asking me, huh? Shen Zichuan's gaze turned malicious as he beckoned haughtily to Ji Lei. Ji Lei did not move. He leaned back against the wall and refused to budge even a fraction closer to Shen Zichuan. Shen Zichuan said, prisoners are all livestock waiting to be slaughtered. Shishu, how dare you ask me? Ji Lei countered, what else can you do? Kill me. It's not often us uncle and nephew get the chance to meet. There's not even enough time for us to play, so how could I kill you so quickly? Shen Zichuan slid his thumb across the bars and softened his tone. You aren't saying a word because you feel that it's something you can exploit. With those secrets in your hands, no one would bear to lay their hands on you. Your days in prison become more comfortable, and you don't have to worry about food and clothing, nor fear for your life. There's Pan Rugi to accompany you, and you have plenty of leisure time. How carefree and happy. Ji Lei broke out in cold sweat. He stuck to the wall, no longer looking into Shen Zichuan's eyes. But happy days are all fleeting. As long as the tongue is still there, it's not a big deal if a leg is missing, an arm is broken, or both eyes are gouged out. A few months ago, Shishu treated me to donkey roast. I didn't get to taste it at that time. But now that the night is long, it's a good time to dine with wine. Shen Zichuan slipped the thin blade out between his fingers and tapped it between the bars. He said, Ji Lei, time to serve you up to go with my wine. You are insane. Ji Lei stretched his neck out and enunciated each word. Shen Zichuan, you're insane. I'm insane. Shen Zichuan stared at him and answered in the affirmative. How would you dare to lay a hand on me? Ji Lei said furiously, your life is in the Empress Dowager's hands. How would you dare to even touch a strand of my hair? Shen Zichuan cheered up again and said with a smile, Shishu, why do you always have to keep saying such hilarious words tonight? Who else do you think sent me here? Enraged, Ji Lei said, don't even think of hoodwinking, Shen Wei is dead. Shen Zichuan quickly cut off Ji Lei's words. The day Shen Wei set himself on fire, I heard that the Prince of Jianxing Manor in Dunju was ablaze in raging flames. He was burned beyond recognition when the imperial bodyguards dragged him out of the ruins and hung him atop Dunju city walls to be reviled by all. I didn't see that scene with my own eyes, but I kept attempting to imagine it over the years. After turning it over in my mind, I finally realized something. Ji Lei swallowed his saliva. His grand plan to collude with the enemy has succeeded. Isn't defecting right before the battle much better for him? Duanzhou had already fallen into the enemy's hands. If he led his troops forth to receive and welcome them, he could join the Biancha cavalry and hurry to take down Kudu before the Libe armored cavalry crossed the river of ice. However, he was so scared that he recoiled from advancing and only dared to retreat. Shen Zichuan stood up. He had already succeeded. It's only by advancing that he would have a chance to survive. But he kept withdrawing. Even if he was a good-for-nothing, he should have known that retreating would only lead him to his doom. Ji Lei's breathing intensified as he said in loathing, because he didn't dare. Who in the Biancha 12 tribes would give him a damn? He was already a dead man the moment he colluded with the enemy. Shen Zichuan threw an eastern pearl into the cage, and the tumbling pearl knocked into the edge of the cage and rolled its way to Ji Lei's feet. Shen Zichuan scrutinized Ji Lei's face as the color gradually drained from it. He smiled. Ji Lei's hands trembled. He stared at that eastern pearl and said with difficulty, no. Impossible, Emperor Xianda is dead. Shen Zichuan leaned over and said, so is Shen Wei. Ji Lei suddenly kicked away the eastern pearl and said, cunning lad, don't even think of tricking me. Shen Zichuan said happily, Hua Xiqian has committed suicide by biting off his tongue. Who will be the next one? You, or Pan Rugi? Shall we draw lots? Shishu, you first. With that, he spun out 2 more thin blades between his fingers and presented them before Ji Lei through the gap. If it's chipped, we'll kill Pan Rugi. If it isn't, then we'll feed all of your flesh and blood to the dogs. Don't be afraid. Draw one. Ji Lei looked at the cold glint of the thin blade. His lips opened and closed. He said, what nonsense are you spouting? The Empress Dowager instructed me to be quick. Shun Zichuan stared at him. Yet I gave you the opportunity to choose. Shishu, there's a chance for things to turn for the better for each day you live. Ji Lei was already in a daze, having been tortured for days. And now, under this bizarre atmosphere, Shun Zichuan's words confused him until he could not tell the truth from lies. He fixed his eyes on those two thin blades. Finally, and curiously enough, he raised his hand. When his trembling fingers touched the thin blade, he saw Shun Zichuan slowly lifting the corners of his lips. Oh! Shun Zichuan smiled regrettably. I forgot that the blades I've brought along today are all new blades. The chipped ones have already been disposed of. The shame of being played instantly overwhelmed Ji Lei. Losing control of himself, he threw himself forward and shouted hysterically as he yanked at the bars, "Do it if you want to kill me or cut me to pieces. I'll not say a word of what you want to know. Kill me, kill me." Wrong. Shun Zichuan remained in firm control of the atmosphere. "I'm not the one who wants to kill you. You are." Ji Lei dug his fingers into the bars. "You are." "Am I?" Shun Zichuan gently nudged over the eastern pearl that had rolled out and stepped on it. He looked at him coldly and asked again, "Am I?" Ji Lei held his head and tore at his unkempt hair. He slid down the bars to his knees and repeated over and over again, "You are." "You are the one," Shun Zichuan suddenly said. "Shun Wei killed the crown prince." Ji Lei raised his head to look at him in terror, as if he had plunged into an ice cave. He said, "You," Shun Zichuan said, "you and Shun Wei killed the crown prince." "It wasn't me." Ji Lei clutched at his hair. "It wasn't me. The one who killed the crown prince was Shun Wei. You conspired with him to frame the crown prince for plotting a rebellion." Shun Zichuan said quickly, "You were the one who forged the document. You forced the crown prince into Jiao Zui Temple. He wanted to see Emperor Guangqing, but you drew your blade and killed him." "It wasn't me." Ji Lei had already gone crazy. He refuted vehemently in the face of Shun Zichuan's chaotic interrogation. "I wasn't the one who drew the blade. It was Shun Wei. It was Shun Wei who insisted on killing him. That's why Shun Wei is dead." Shun Zichuan circled back and repeated, "Shun Wei set himself on fire and was burned beyond recognition. You are the only one left now." This succession of insinuations pushed Ji Lei into such a corner that all he could think of was the word death. He thought back clearly to the former crown prince's face when he was killed. At that time, he had stood in the spot where Shun Zichuan was now standing and looked down at the crown prince from above as if he was looking at swine. Now, by some act of ingenuity, his position had been reversed. The cage gave him the misconception that he was akin to a beast. He had become the ant one under Shun Zichuan's foot. All he could do was to crane his neck out and wait to be slaughtered. Ji Lei did not want to die. His desire to survive had never been so strong. He banged his forehead against the bars and said, "We are all just following orders. We had no choice. You want to avenge Shun Wei? I can help you." Shun Wei killed the crown prince and was conferred the title of Prince of Jianxing. He subsequently went to Zhongbua. He fled. Ji Lei cut a sorry figure as he started to choke with sobs. He had no idea where this fear came from either. It was as if he had really turned into a livestock at the mercy of others. All he could do was to raise his head and look at Shun Zichuan. "I didn't kill the crown prince, I wanted to save him, but father suddenly died." Ji Lei said helplessly, "Father died, and they want to frame me for it. If I took the rap for it, eldest brother would kill me, and so would Ji Gang. What could I do? I could only beg Pan Rugi for help. If Pan Rugi were to protect me, then I had to forge the document. I was forced into that situation. I wanted to live too." "How did Ji Wufan die?" Shun Zichuan asked out of the blue. "I don't know. I don't know how father died. Father fell ill, because Ji Gang left. The sons he favored had all left." At this point, Ji Lei turned malevolent again. He hated them so much. "I was the one who was with him in his last moments and the one who conducted funeral rites for him, yet he said my core was rotten." He regarded Ji Gang and Zhuo Qianqiu as his own sons and passed the mental cultivation techniques to both of them. "But my surname is Ji too, and I didn't even do anything." So how could he treat me in such a way? Shen Wei couldn't sleep at night after killing the crown prince. He was afraid. When we were drinking, he told me that he had gradually come to sense someone watching him. In his residence, he could even hear someone moving on the roof in the middle of the night. I told him it wasn't the imperial bodyguards. But in this kudu, is there anything that could hide from the eyes of the imperial bodyguards? I presumed there were traitors in the imperial bodyguards. Men from the 8 great clans were everywhere. The Hua clan was already in power, so we were careful. But Shen Wei's insomnia worsened. He wanted to flee. Thus, he bribed Pan Rugi with a lot of money, hoping to leave Kudu. At that time, Li Bei was a rising force to be reckoned with. The Empress Dowager had no other military forces other than the 8 great training divisions. In order to guard against the Xiao clan, Shen Wei was conferred the title of the Prince of Jianxing. He went to Zhongbua, a large prefecture where the only routes between Chidong and Libei and Kudu would pass through. The Empress Dowager wanted him to be her watchdog with his eyes on Libei and Chidong. Ji Lei spoke more and more urgently. Who would have expected Shen Wei to collude with the enemy? He was asking for death. He had the documents with his correspondences with Kudu. Once the documents fell into Libei armored cavalry's hands, Xiao Jiming would not miss the opportunity to deal Kudu a heavy blow. So Shen Wei had to burn himself to death. Do you understand now? Shen Wei colluded with the enemy. He was no longer willing to be under the control of others. Back then, the Hua clan had a son of common birth. Going by the Empress Dowager's intent, once this child of common birth grew up, outsiders would no longer be needed to keep an eye on Zhongbua. Shen Wei had committed so many evil deeds in Kudu for the Hua clan. If Zhongbua no longer needed him, then he would be but a useless chess piece 3 of the Empress Dowager. No one anticipated him to take desperate measures after being driven into a corner and let the Biancha cavalry in to massacre the cities. This was vengeance. This was his revenge on Kudu, on the Empress Dowager, and on Dazhou. Ji Lei grasped the bars and pleaded. I've said all I have to say. The Empress Dowager was the one who forced Shen Wei to his death. She was also the one who forced the crown prince to his death. And Emperor Guangqing, Emperor Xianda, Hua Xiqian, they were all the Empress Dowager's sacrificial chess pieces, and now you are carrying out jobs for the Empress Dowager. Look at me. I didn't tell her that you have already thrown in your lot with the Xiao clan. You saved Xiao Qie that night, didn't you? But the Xiao clan will not help you. As long as Xiao Qie is in Kudu, the Xiao clan cannot make their move. They can hardly look after themselves, so how would they care about you? He wanted to prove his usefulness, but his fear kept intensifying. His crumbling line of defense left him utterly defeated. The more inferior he felt, the more scared he became. Shen Zechuan asked him his last question through the bars. 5 years ago, Mai Shenyang died when Duanzhou fell into the enemy's hands. No one knows about this matter, so how are you so clear about it? Ji Lei looked at the expression in Shen Zechuan's eyes. In that dead silence, a drop of sweat slowly trickled down. Shi Hongxian waited until he fell asleep. It was not until a stack of paper was thrown onto his body that he jolted awake. He took the papers and shook it open for a look in the dark and saw the vividly red fingerprints at the bottom. He let out an obscure laugh and said, "You sure are good." There was a slight saltish stench on Shen Zechuan's body. He smiled for a moment, then said, "Whether or not this confession can be submitted to the top depends on how Secretariat Elder High views it." "That's some great favor you did." Shi Hongxian said, "Surely you didn't help for nothing? There's a man named Qiao Tianya in the Imperial Bodyguards. He's good with the broadsword. I want him." Shen Zechuan said calmly, "Not a problem." Shi Hongxian hesitated for a while. "I'll talk to Yanqing. Thank you for the trouble." Shen Zechuan said, "It's late now. I should go." With that, he opened the door and took his leave. It was raining in the night outside. Shi Hongxian wanted to call out to Shen Zechuan to get onto the horse carriage so that they could leave together. But then he had a thought and changed his mind. He flipped through the confession to look through it once, feeling that it had all gone too smoothly. As Shi Hongxian was thinking that he had to show Xue Xiuzhua this confession first, he said to the attendant at the side, Go. Drag Ji Lei out and send him back. The attendant acknowledged his order and went to open the door. He had only just strode in when he fell to the ground on his butt with a loud clatter and screamed as though he had seen a ghost. Shi Hongxian followed the opened door and saw Ji Lei. His stomach churned, and he covered his face to retreat, desperately knocking aside the table and chairs as he dashed into the rain to throw up violently. Shun Zechuan washed his hands until they reddened before he wiped them with a handkerchief. There were no bloodstains on his white outfit, but there was the lingering stench of blood. He picked up the front of his clothes and frowned as he sniffed it. What a stink! Shun Zechuan squatted under the rain by the edge of the water. Very quickly, the night rain drenched him. He slowly raised his head and gazed at the pitch-black sky until his neck was sore. Then, he rose to his feet and walked back. When Shun Zechuan reached the alley of the Imperial Army's residence, he saw a man standing at the entrance. Xiao Qie was leaning against the door in the dark with folded arms, staring at him like a cheetah. At some point, snow had begun to fall with the rain, making one feel damp and cold to the bone. Chapter 35, First Snow. Chapter 35, First Snow. The chill was bitingly cold as the wind blew at their sleeves. Right at this time, Shun Zechuan suddenly turned his head and sneezed, dispelling the confrontation that was on the verge of erupting. He was soaking wet as he waved his hand at Xiao Qie and said in a muffled voice, "Have a handkerchief." Xiao Qie strode a step forward and handed him one. The tip of Shun Zechuan's nose had been frozen red, even his fingertips were red. He took the blue handkerchief and covered his mouth and nose. It was only then Xiao Qie unhurriedly opened up the umbrella. Without making way for Shun Zechuan, he asked, "Where did you go?" Shun Zechuan replied, "To play. In any case, you're my guard. You have to inform the office when you head out to play." Xiao Qie said, "It's really worrying if you run off without so much a word. I left my waist token in the bathhouse. Did the second young master not see it?" Shun Zechuan sniffed the scent on the handkerchief. It smelled rather good, not the usual incense customarily used by the nobles, but more like the surging waves of strong, valiant wind under the scorching sun. It was the scent on Xiao Qie. What a nice smell. Shun Zechuan lowered his eyes, almost fascinated by this scent. This was the sunlight beyond his reach, the spirit he no longer possessed in this life. A part of him did not want to return the handkerchief, thus he raised the corners of his eye to glance at Xiao Qie out of the corners of his eyes, looking as if he had something to say but was hesitant to. "Nope, didn't see it." Xiao Qie felt around his chest but did not touch the object he was looking for. He turned his eyes just in time to see Shun Zechuan's gaze on him. Taken aback, he said, "What conscienceless deed have you done for you to look at me in such a way?" "Who knows?" Shun Zechuan said a little smugly to him. "I've done plenty. Let's hear a couple." Xiao Qie said. "A heart-to-heart talk in the night should be done inside the house. It's rather cold to be standing here." Shun Zechuan coughed and said, "Is the bathhouse still open?" "Closed." Xiao Qie replied. "You can only go to my room if you want to take a bath. Your health is so bad. Should I call for a physician to take a look for you?" "That'd be great." Shun Zechuan countered his move. "With the second young master stepping in, I'll get to save on consultation fees. You have yet to recover from a major illness, and running around all over only makes it even more worrying. I'll get someone to follow you in the future." Xiao Qie chivalrous made way for him. "Let's go. Second young master will hold up the umbrella for you and send you there." Shun Zechuan looked at Xiao Qie's shoulder, which was even taller than his own self, then looked at him again. He smiled and said, "I can stand on tiptoe to hold up the umbrella too. I'm afraid of veils." One Xiao Qie's side profile was tasteful, with a straight nose and a nice silhouette. He said, "You're too short." Shun Zechuan strode through the main entrance with him and said, "You're really the one who's too tall. When I was young, I was a few heads shorter than my age, and with such a name to boot. It made me anxious, so I trained hard in martial arts every day and made it a habit to drink milk before going to bed." Xiao Qie strode over the puddle of water with his long legs and continued, "Who would have expected my height to shoot through the roof when I was 13 or 14? Ain't that great?" Shun Zechuan said, "My Dage was very tall too." The rain receded, But the snow intensified. Xiao Qie raised the brim of the umbrella to gaze at the snow and said, "It's yet another year." Shun Zichuan gazed at the snow too and echoed, "Yet another year." The new emperor ascended to the throne and granted amnesty to all. Xiao Qie paused. "The Empress Dowager's power and influence have weakened. You can leave Kudu and go anywhere you want. Then conceal my name to live incognito, forget my past, and remain a mediocre person for my entire lifetime." Shun Zichuan said mildly, "This isn't something a man who hates me should say." "I hate the Biancha cavalry," Xiao Qie said coldly. "I hate Shen Wei too." Shun Zichuan said, "You should hate me." Xiao Qie's eyes stirred. Shun Zichuan continued, "I'm a man who lives on hatred." Snowflakes fell upon the stone slabs and melted in a twinkling of an eye. Xiao Qie said, "The current you understand those words from 5 years ago best. Living is much more painful than dying." Shun Zichuan suddenly laughed. He exhaled and said to Xiao Qie, "That's not right. I'm not in pain. Hatred itself is death by dismemberment. It's like a knife gouging out your flesh. Day after day. Anyone would eventually become numb. There's nothing else in this world that can make me feel pain again. I feel comfortable living like this. You've repeatedly advised me to drop the matter, but you yourself understand it best that stopping has never been something you and I have the luxury of choosing. If warmth and tenderness can make you feel better, then I don't mind playing on for longer." Shun Zichuan raised his hand as he spoke and drew that icy finger across Xiao Qie's sturdy back. He said in what seemed to be a whisper, "There are some things that are vividly beautiful when seen through the mist, but when you take a closer look, they are just a pile of dead men's bones." Xiao Qie waited for him to retract his hand before shaking his umbrella impatiently. He said, "Dead men's bones won't touch people like this." Shun Zichuan smiled and was just about to stride forward when Xiao Qie grasped him around the shoulder. "You sure have guts." Xiao Qie wrapped his arm tightly around his shoulder, "to touch your second young master while you are reeking so heavily of blood. Over 10 men in the courtyard can't even keep an eye on you, so what room are you returning to? Just sleep with me." Shun Zichuan was caught off guard. Xiao Qie said, "The favor you did me by saving my life has always been on my mind, and I've repeatedly given you chances. Yet you just have to treat me like some kind of fool to coax. Is it that delightful to keep teasing me? If so, then why aren't you smiling? Shun Lanju, come on, didn't you say you don't mind playing on for longer?" As soon as he said that, he tossed away the umbrella, strode a step over, and simply hoisted Shun Zichuan over his shoulder. A wave of dizziness washed over Shun Zichuan with his head dangling down. He immediately covered his nose and mouth with the handkerchief and fumed. Xiao Qie said, "If you dare to move, then I'll dare to turn Kudu upside down immediately to see who's the one who collaborated with you from the inside and outside to kill someone in the middle of the night. Go investigate then." The moment Shun Zichuan opened his mouth, Xiao Qie gave him a jerk so hard that he almost threw up. "Look at how fast you flee when there's a hole in the bathhouse for you to dig your way through." With Shun Zichuan over his shoulder, Xiao Qie leaped over the railing and passed through the courtyard with withering greenery. He swiftly made his way through the Moon Gate 3 and headed right for his own room. The sprawling man shadowing them on the rooftop poked his head out for a look and clicked his tongue in wonder. He was still smiling and chatting in the snow earlier, looking all courteous and refined. Why the sudden urgency? That guy doesn't want to be with second young master, okay? The guard who was always watching Shun Zichuan took a gulp of his Shaojiu wine and continued, "He fled so fast yesterday likely because he was afraid the second young master would force himself on him tonight. I went to the Imperial Army to ask around this afternoon. Everyone all knows about this matter. Do we report this to the hereditary prince?" The one who had poked out his head to look around fished out a little book, licked his brush, and pondered over it. This isn't going to be easy to write." He carried him into the room so brazenly. The one drinking wine took a few glances. Xiao Qie had already kicked the door close with a bang. He thought for a moment, then said, "Or let's just not. Being a Homo 5 can't be said to be a major issue, but it isn't a minor one either. It'd be tough to explain to both sides if we say it wrong. The second young master will get a beating." The other one frowned and drew a few strokes, then said, "Well, then I'll just record it but not report it yet." If the hereditary prince comes to settle scores later, we'll just say we buckled under the second young master's abuse of power 6 and did not dare to report it without grounds. But how on earth did he escape? The one drinking wine pillowed his head on his arms, still unable to fathom it. There was a heater in the room. Xiao Chai did not release Shen Zichuan, but looped an arm around his waist as he circled around the room to rummage through his clothing chest. There's more than enough hot water. Feel free to pick the fragrances 7 and bath beans 8 as you like. As Xiao Chie spoke, he turned his head aside to sniff openly at Shen Zichuan's waist. He said, "You are not the kind of person who needs to bathe in milk and flower petals and pearl powder, 9 are you?" Shen Zichuan said, "Put. I'm going to puke." "Then puke the way you are now." Xiao Chie took out the clothes stowed away at the bottom of the chest and closed the chest. Ignoring the mess of clothes dangling out through the closed gap, he took Shen Zichuan further inside. He lifted the hanging screen. There were 2 small sections of space separated by a screen inside. One side led to hot water, while the other side was a clothes rack. Xiao Chie hung the attire up on the rack and easily shifted the screen away with one arm. Then he placed Shen Zichuan by the edge of the pool and dragged a chair over with his leg. "Take your bath." Xiao Chie sat without inhibitions and raised his chin at Shen Zichuan. "Everything you need is all prepared. I'll see how you run." Shen Zichuan's face turned white as he asked in astonishment. "You watching?" Xiao Chie stretched out his long legs and folded his arms. He said, "You shy? Don't run, okay? I'm afraid the one who's shy isn't me." Shen Zichuan retorted sarcastically. "Then, go ahead and strip." Xiao Chie was calm and unruffled. "Let's see which of us throw in the towel first." Without saying another word, Shen Zichuan pulled his waist belt open. Xiao Chie looked right at him without the slightest intent to avert his eyes. By the time Shen Zichuan stripped to his inner garment, his knuckles had already turned white. "Whether you are in pain or not, I don't know." Xiao Chie teased him. "But from the looks of it, you're pretty angry." He had not even finished his words when Shen Zichuan's clothes were tossed onto his face. Xiao Chie grabbed the clothes and smiled for a moment. By the time he removed them from his face, Shen Zichuan had already entered the water. Shen Zichuan leaned over on the other side without turning or looking back. Water droplets condensed on that fair and smooth back of his. It was so silky and moist it looked like jade petals with dew. Xiao Chie sat for a moment, then said, "What a short temper. Don't you always have a way with your words in the past?" Shen Zichuan said, not as hardcore as the second young master. 11 never mind if he used such a double entendre for the first time. But after saying it several times, whatever bit of bashfulness Xiao Chie had was all but snuffed out by him. So, he remained firmly seated and answered with composure, "Of course." After a moment, Xiao Chie probed, "Aren't you going to tell me where you went to play tonight?" "You're omnipotent." Shen Zichuan said, "Go check it out yourself. There are a few places where you can get to kill people at this time." Xiao Chie took the Eastern Pearl out of Shen Zichuan's clothes and pinched it between his fingertips to size it up. He said, "The Empress Dowager is still rich. Things are already at such a stage and she still has to put on such an ostentatious display when sending secret messages. You couldn't have been dazzled silly by this pearl and set your heart on being her lackey because of it, could you? Who doesn't love money?" Shen Zichuan said, "Even though His Majesty favors you and trusts you now, you still have to make up for the Imperial Army's equipment shortfall. You know better than me the benefits of having money." "She told you to kill someone," Xiao Chie said, "and you simply went to kill." Shen Zichuan had already soaked enough and reached a hand out for his clothes. But Xiao Chie used his leg to hook the clothes rack away. He got up and said, "Answer me." "Bare-chested," Shen Zichuan said. "Yeah. Liar." Xiao Chie stretched out his hand to take down the clean clothes and said to Shen Zichuan, "This pearl had been soaked rotten that night. How could you have been able to see the Empress Dowager's instructions clearly? The person you killed tonight is someone you wanted to kill, am I right?" Shen Zichuan said. "Aha. Don't aha me." Xiao Chie caressed the fabric. "An ambiguous answer is equivalent to no answer. It's someone I want to kill." Shen Zichuan reached out a hand. "You got it right. Ji Lei." Xiao Qie said, or Pan Rugi. Shun Zichuan's fingertips had already reached the clothes. He said, why can't it be you? There was a swish as the clothing was lifted high. Refusing to give it to him, Xiao Qie said, just an exchange of a few words and you've changed your tone. Second young master doesn't buy sarcasm. Whether you kill Ji Lei or Pan Rugi, the Court of Judicial Review will definitely not let the matter drop tomorrow morning. You saved my life during the autumn hunt. The Empress Dowager doesn't know about this yet, but I can let her know. Once she finds out, you'll be my man even if you aren't now. So speak properly and don't tease your second young master for fun. Each time Shun Zichuan attempted to reach for the clothes, Xiao Qie would raise it high. Shun Zichuan put up with it again and again until he finally rose from the water to grab the clothes. He fumed, speak properly, while I'm naked. Xiao Qie leaned in for a closer look and said, see, this is what I mean by speaking properly. Why put on an enigmatic dead men's bones act before me? Ghost stories can't scare me. Having said that, he paused for a moment. Since you've touched me, I'd have to touch back. We aren't on that good of a term for me to be nonchalant about it. So, where do I touch? Chapter 36, Scent. Chapter 36, Scent. Shun Zichuan suddenly imitated Xiao Qie's action from the last time and splashed water droplets onto his face, then seized the chance to grab the clothes from his hand. Unable to open his eyes from the spray of water, Xiao Qie reached out an arm to pull off a dry towel. He covered it over Shun Zichuan's head and rubbed it at random. Shun Zichuan was still putting on his clothes, and Xiao Qie's rubs sent half of his body swaying. Seething with hate, he used his bare leg to kick out at the latter's chair. With the chair under Xiao Qie's but pushed back from the kick, Xiao Qie immediately stretched out his legs, clamped them around Shun Zichuan tightly, and forcibly dragged the latter towards him. Then he continued to rub Shun Zichuan's head as if he was wiping down a puppy. In that case, I'll do as I please, Xiao Qie snapped. As you, son of... The towel rubs caused Shun Zichuan's voice to break up intermittently. Xiao Qie pulled off the towel. Without saying another word, he pinched Shun Zichuan's chin with one hand, while his other hand slid down along Shun Zichuan's nape to his waist and hips. Son of a bitch. Xiao Qie said, did you call me a son of a bitch? Shun Zichuan's waist belt was not properly secured, and the outfit on his body was Xiao Qie's old clothes. Thus, it hung loosely on his body, exposing his collarbones. The water droplets on his body wetted Xiao Qie's fingertips as the latter moved his hand down, blending into one with that satiny touch. I didn't say that. Shun Zichuan backhandedly pressed down on Xiao Qie's hand to hold it in place. As they say, one should reflect daily on 3 aspects. 1 second young master, you should really do some reflection. You don't understand. Xiao Qie's nimble fingers turned over to grasp Shun Zichuan's hand instead. The first word I knew of was son of a bitch. I've long told you that your second young master is a jerk. There's absolutely no need for me to reflect. And isn't this waist of yours too slender? It's you who have touched too little. Shun Zichuan said callously. That's right. Xiao Qie pretended not to understand and wandered into another direction. I naturally haven't touched your waist that many times. Shun Zichuan had no wish to put on a show with him any longer. He tightened his waist belt with one hand and said, since you have touched me back, then this matter is closed. Xiao Qie released his legs that were wrapped around Shun Zichuan, and Shun Zichuan fastened his waist belt. Even his face had turned red from the rubs Xiao Qie was giving him with a handkerchief. Feeling hot, Xiao Qie rose to pick up the Eastern Pearl on the ground and happened to see Shun Zichuan's bare legs again. It dazed him for a moment, then he swiftly straightened up and took 2 steps back before pressing in another 2 steps. He said, sleep. Shun Zichuan poured a bowl of hot ginger soup. After rinsing his mouth, he sneezed again. Xiao Qie found the way he looked when he sneezed amusing, just like a cat. He soaked the handkerchief with cold water and wiped his face. Don't go that way. Xiao Qie undressed and pointed to his bed. You sleep in my bed. Shun Zichuan wiped his mouth and said, then I won't stand on ceremony. He dispensed with the formalities and sat on Xiao Qie's bed. Xiao Qie shifted the tables and chairs away, and then dragged the Shumi couch 2 in the room to the vacated spot about the distance of a stepping block away from Shen Zichuan. He rolled over to lie down, then pillowed his head on both arms and said, "Lan Ju, extinguish the lamp." Shen Zichuan blew the lamp out and lifted his blanket to lie down with his back facing Xiao Qie. It was still snowing outside, but the inside of the room was warm and quiet. Xiao Qie shut his eyes, looking as if he was sleeping. The sensation of touching Shen Zichuan lingered on his fingertips, and it was becoming more and more vivid at this time in the darkness. Xiao Qie opened his eyes to stare at the roof and began to think about the skies in Libei. It's only when one is without desires that one can become a sage. When his Shifu taught him to hold the bow, it happened to be the season when the pastures of Libei were luxuriant. He had sat on the fence at the edge of the horse ranch and looked up at the azure blue sky with his head propped up with his hands. Zhuo Qianqiu had asked, "What are you thinking?" Hanging around Xiao Qie's neck was the bone thumb ring. He swung his calves and said, "I want an eagle." "Shifu, I want to fly." Zhuo Qianqiu sat on one side and looked at him. He patted the back of his head and said, "You are also a lad burning with desires. But in this world, it's only when one is without desires that one can become a sage. There are many matters that will end up being your cage once you harbor the desire for it." Restless, Xiao Qie grasped hold of the railing with both hands and swiftly hung upside down from it, his little robe covering his face in turfs of grass and dust. He said, "It's only human nature to want. Wanting is the prelude to joy and misery." Zhuo Qianqiu carried his own great bow in his arms and wiped it carefully. If you acknowledge that you are but a mortal with desires, then you will be swayed by considerations of gain and loss. If you want it, you must get it. You will be a little wolf with such a character. But there will be many things in the future that you want, but will never get. What should you do then? Xiao Qie landed on the grass. He grabbed at the hem of his robe and caught hold of a big locust. He pinched the struggling locust and said half-heartedly, "Father said, where there is a will, there is a way, there is nothing that can't be obtained." Zhuo Qianqiu sighed, thinking he was still too young after all. So he helplessly pointed to the sky and said, "All right. You want to fly, but can you really fly?" Xiao Qie released the locust and raised his head to look at Zhuo Qianqiu. He said in all seriousness, "I can learn how to tame eagles. Once I tamed one, then its wings will belong to me. The sky it flies past will be the sky I fly past." Shifu, a man has to be adaptable. Zhuo Qianqiu looked at him for a long time before he said, "You are stronger than me. I'm a fool who can't adapt to circumstances." Imitating an eagle, Xiao Qie spread his arms open and ran a few steps on the grass in the wind. He said, "I want to tame a horse too. Eagles and horses are both strong-willed creatures." Zhuo Qianqiu followed after him and said, "Looks like our Yi likes people who are recalcitrant and hard to tame." "Taming?" Xiao Qie said, "That's the kind of process I like." Xiao Qie thought. It was not that he liked such a process. He enjoyed it. He was fascinated by it. It was just like torturing an eagle. He would not let the eagle sleep for 7 days, and not feed it for 4. He would hang it until the feathers on the top of its head puffed up, and torture it until its eyes were comparable to that of sesame seeds. Only when it obeyed his orders that he could take it out for hunting. And now, sexual desire was his newly acquired eagle. Xiao Qie tilted his head slightly and looked at Shen Zichuan's back. That slanted clothes revealed Shen Zichuan's nape. In the darkness, it was like a piece of unpolished jade that felt wonderful to the touch. Xiao Qie was hard again. Kang Ji loves Lianin at Kangji. Net he did not move, nor did he look away. He did not believe that this kind of shallow lust could dominate him. He did not believe that he would succumb to this kind of crass instinct. Before dawn the next day, both men sat up in unison as if they finally have had enough of it. The guard who had been sprawling on the roof all night huffed out a breath of hot air and watched as the maidservants entered the room in a single file. He said, "Nothing happened last night." The one drinking wine said, "He didn't succeed." The one holding the brush asked suspiciously, "And you know that how?" The one drinking wine shifted his body and watched as Shen Zichuan stepped out of the door. He said, "Look at him. He's moving as per normal today. Other than the black circles under his eyes, He clearly looked rested. Both men systematically turned their heads as their eyes followed Shen Zichuan. Then they looked back at Xiao Qie, who had just stepped out. The one holding the brush said, "Second young master doesn't look too happy." The one drinking wine said, "His sex-deprived." Chen Yang draped a coat around Xiao Qie. Seeing his grave expression, he said, "Viceroy, did he screw something up?" Xiao Qie replied, "Aha. You could say so." Alarmed, Chen Yang said, "Last night, he's pretty proficient in feigning sleep." Xiao Qie secured Lonely Blade and braved the snow to descend the stairs. "Let's go." To the military drill grounds at Mount Foam. Chen Yang chased up to him and said, "There's no one on duty today. And it's snowing." "Viceroy," Xiao Qie flipped atop the horse and lowered his voice, "I'm going to see the new equipment that has just arrived. Tell Jiyu Jin and Ding Dao to keep an eye on him." Chen Yang nodded. Xiao Qie raised his head and shouted to the two men on the roof, "If you lose him again, both of you can scram too." The two heads that had popped out from the rooftop gave a uniform nod and shrank back again. Ding Dao put the brush and book properly back in his bosom and said, "This is just great. We have turned from second young master's guards into his guards." Jiyu Jin shook what was left of his wine and said, "I feel that he can fight 8 men on his own. We'll just keep an eye on him. Just keep an eye on him." Ding Dao readied himself, then placed both hands mannerly on his knees. After sitting for a while, he said, "But, where is he?" Both men looked at each other, then rose at the same time and said, "Shit." Eating his steamed bun, Shen Zichuan opened the back door to Jiao Zui Temple. Ji Gang was shadowboxing in the courtyard. When he saw him coming, he wiped his sweat with a towel and asked, "Why are you here today?" Shen Zichuan replied, "I'll be busy in a few days. It's convenient today." Grand Mentor Qi was sleeping among a stack of papers. His snores boomed like thunder, so Shen Zichuan and Ji Gang did not enter the house but sat under the eaves to chat. Wiping his face, Ji Gang asked, "You didn't use your martial arts lately, did you?" Shen Zichuan lifted his sleeve up to reveal the bruises, courtesy of the sparring with Xiao Qie the day before. He said, "I fought once with Xiao." Ji Gang was stunned, then he flew into a rage. "He actually dared to hit you? My guess is that he wants to see my internal martial arts." For Shen Zichuan put down his sleeve and said, "Shifu, he's truly blessed by heaven. His physique is a notch better than the Prince of Libei. I countered his blows with the Ji clan's boxing style, but it was just like an ant trying to shake a tree. 5 I couldn't move him at all." Back then, Zhuo Qianqiu left the capital to head to Suotian Pass, where he met Suotian Pass's Fengisheng. Ji Gang said, Fengisheng took in Zhuo Qianqiu as his adopted son and imparted the Feng clan's art of broadsword to him. By the time it was imparted down to Xiao II, it has probably already become a skill that incorporates a blend of martial arts from various schools, thus differing from us. But the Ji clan's style naturally has the Ji clan's strengths. If you can truly have a match with him on broadsword techniques alone, then you will be able to compare the differences. Lonely Blade was forged by a famous craftsman on Commander-in-Chief Chi's payroll. It slices through metal like cutting through mud. Common blades are useless when facing up against it. Shen Zichuan said thoughtfully. The blades forged by the Qi clan's craftsmen are all general's broadsword, specially designed for combat on the battlefield. Look at Xiao II's Lonely Blade. If it can make an appearance on the battlefield, it would be able to split human bones with one straight slash. It was entirely made to fit the arm strength of that lad. As Ji Gang spoke, he stamped the snow off his shoes. As for us, we might not necessarily get used to wielding it even if we have the chance to. But you don't have to worry about your blade. Shifu has already found one for you. My blade? Shen Zichuan was slightly taken aback. The Imperial Bodyguards is a good place. Ji Gang smiled at him. The amount of time you've been there is still short, but you will slowly come to understand in the future that it's a place full of hidden talents in Dazhou. Qi Zhuyin, may have a famous craftsman, but we have no lack of them in the Imperial Bodyguards either. I keep thinking of that blade of Ji Lei. Once Shifu brings you that blade and hands it to an old friend to reforge, it will be no less inferior to Xiao II's Lonely Blade. Isn't Ji Lei's blade Shochuan blade, 6 Shochuan blade is the blade he generally carries along with him, but he also has my father's blade hidden in his collection. Ji Gang said with a snort. Why isn't he dead yet? Once the Court of Judicial Review sentences him, that blade will be sealed into the armory. As long as it is in there, Shifu will have a way. He has been tortured for such a long time, Shen Zichuan said softly. He won't be able to endure it for much longer. Did you find the person I asked you to find before the autumn hunt? Ji Gang remembered this matter and hastened to ask. I've found him. Shen Zichuan smiled. I'm just waiting for him to come out. Xiao Qie did not return even during dinner time, so Shen Zichuan rested in his own room. It was in the middle of the night when he heard hurried footsteps outside. Following right after, someone knocked on his door. Shen Zichuan wanted to pretend that he did not hear it when he heard a sound at the window. Xiao Qie raised the window with his sheath and whistled at him. Meng landed on the edge of the window and tilted its head to look inside too. We agreed to sleep together. Xiao Qie was not pleased. Why did you run back here again? Kang Ji loves Lianin at Kangji. Net Shen Zichuan threw a pillow out of the window, and Xiao Qie caught hold of it. So Shen Zichuan could only get up and hugged his blanket to open the door. Carrying his pillow in his arms, Xiao Qie suddenly took a sniff and asked, Did you put on some fragrance? Shen Zichuan replied, I apply 10 Cati 7 of rouge a day. Is that so? Xiao Qie smiled and said. Shen Zichuan walked in front. With Xiao Qie standing behind him, even the night wind could not blow onto Shen Zichuan. Sensing a coolness on his nape, Shen Zichuan swiftly looked back. Xiao Qie scraped him with a finger, then sniffed his own finger a little dubiously. What is this scent on your body? Xiao Qie wondered. A whiff. Shen Zichuan swung the blanket over Xiao Qie's head and replied calmly, That's the smell of gunpowder on your own body. Xiao Qie stood for a brief moment, then lifted the edge of the blanket with lightning speed and enveloped Shen Zichuan within it too. With his head protruding from the eaves, Ding Dao speedily fished out a small book and exclaimed in excitement, Way to go, second young master. You caught him. Chapter 37, Blunderbuss. Chapter 37, Blunderbuss. The world darkened before Shen Zichuan. He was now much closer to Xiao Qie. He heard Xiao Qie say, So it's really the smell on me. This is way too pungent. Shen Zichuan switched the topic and asked, Did you just add the blunderbuss one to the Imperial Army's arsenal? Bronze blunderbuss. Xiao Qie moved his finger closed to the tip of Shen Zichuan's nose to let him take a sniff. It was mixed together with the scent on you, so I couldn't tell it apart for a moment. There's no scent on me. The tip of Shen Zichuan's nose twitched slightly. He said, Did you raid the 8th Great Training Division's military armory? The blunderbuss was restricted by the Imperial Court. After it was improved from the original bamboo tube design into the bronze version, it became the equipment of the 8th Great Training Division's Chunquan Battalion. This weapon was lethal, but it was not easy to control. The projectiles had limited range, and it took time to load. However, the 8th Great Training Division's job was to guard kudu, and it was mostly street fights when they came to blows with others. Not only was it hard to bring out the firearm's full potential to do what it was meant to do, but it also became a burden. That was why the 8 Great Training Divisions did not popularize the use of it and chose to set it aside instead. It was only during the yearly drills at the military drill grounds that they would take it out to use. It might not suit the 8 Great Training Divisions, but it was very suitable for Libei's armored cavalry. The armored cavalry of Libei were heavy cavalry, with a very small number of infantry and light cavalry. Too, they favored straight-on assault that hit like a surge of monstrous wave. In the early years, Dazhou set up a cavalry garrison at Luoxia Pass. In order to deal with the fast speed of the Biancha cavalry, they spared no expense to purchase horses and attempted to build Dazhou's very own cavalry's horse ranch. However, all the horses sent by the Biancha tribes were often inferior steeds in their own tribes, while their own horses were true brave horses who had fought against packs of wild wolves at the foot of the Hongyang Mountains. Paired up with machetes and sturdy warriors, they were invincible everywhere they went. It was because of this that Xiao Fengshu established the Libei armored cavalry with heavily armored men and horses. They formed a living metal wall in the northwest so that there was no way the Biancha cavalry's storm-like assaults could pass through this steel wall. The northwest was a vast, boundless expanse of grassland. If the Libe armored cavalry could be equipped with blunderbusses, then the long-ranged attacks of the Bianca cavalry would turn into Libe's armored cavalry's advantage. Long-ranged attacks could leave enough time for the blunderbusses to be charged. By the time the cavalry arrived before them, they would be within the shooting range of the blunderbusses. To Libe, this simply served to boost their power and strength, much like a tiger that had been given wings. Even with Shi Jiyuan removed, the 8 great training divisions are still the 8 great training divisions. Xiao Qiye took a step closer and pushed Sun Zichuan forward with his chest. There's no raiding to talk of for a military armory. It's just a change of master. Don't worry about it. I'm only just taking it to play with. Sun Zichuan walked a few steps as if he really did not care and said, "Can you just lift the blanket away and walk? The days are short, and the nights are long. Why not hold a candle for a leisure walk?" Xiao Qiye smiled. "Want to play with me too?" Since it was not obtained in an open and aboveboard manner, then it'd be safer to hide it. Sun Zichuan lifted the blanket and made his way out. Making your way through Kudu while reeking of gunpowder all over. You're lucky it's the middle of the night. It doesn't matter even if it's during the day. Xiao Qiye clamped the pillow under his arm and raised one arm high to prop up the blanket as he walked. He swept his eyes across the veranda's eaves. Who doesn't know that I, Xiao Xian, love to play? Even if I hold a blunderbuss, it's also to shoot birds. He emphasized the word birds, causing Ding Dao and Jiyu Jin, who were sprawled above, to shudder in unison. After entering the room, Xiao Qiye threw the blanket and pillow onto his bed, kicked off his boots in 2 or 3 tries, and stepped across the woolen rug with the intent to take a bath. He had already taken off half of his clothes when he extended his upper body out from behind the curtain. "Have you taken your bath?" Sun Zichuan rinsed his mouth and said, "Yeah." So Xiao Qiye took a bath himself, moving fast. When he stepped out while wiping the water on his nape, he saw that Sun Zichuan had already lain down with his back towards him. Xiao Qiye looked at the nape Sun Zichuan had covered up tightly, then wiped his hair hastily and blew out the lamp. Kang Ji loves Lianin at Kangji. Net Sun Zichuan listened as Xiao Qiye sat on the couch and opened a box to look for something. "Lanju." Xiao Qiye closed the box and asked, "Are you asleep?" Sun Zichuan answered without feelings. "Yeah." The Court of Judicial Review summoned many physicians today. Yet they did not dare to alert the Imperial Academy of Medicine. Xiao Qiye said, "What did you do to Ji Lei?" Sun Zichuan asked, "Do you want to listen to ghost stories late at night? They are going to interrogate the Imperial prison guards tomorrow morning." Xiao Qiye said, "Just going through the motions." Sun Zichuan did not know whether Hai Liangyi could tolerate such a thing, but he knew Xue Xiuzhua could. Xue Xiuzhua had already gotten the confession he wanted, so Ji Lei was now useless. This mess was created by Sun Zichuan, but never once had he thought to clean up the mess, because Xue Xiuzhua and Shi Hongxian had to clean it up. When Sun Zichuan thought to this point, he said, "I've been towing the line. Even if they investigate." Xiao Qiye lay down, then suddenly sat up and said, "Wipe my hair." Sun Zichuan closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Xiao Qiye said, "Stop pretending to sleep. Hurry up." Xiao Qiye said, "Lanju." Xiao Qiye said, "Shun Lanju." The bed suddenly sank. Sun Zichuan opened his eyes in shock. His blanket had already been lifted away. Xiao Qiye squeezed in behind him and nuzzled his dripping wet head on Sun Zichuan's back, instantly soaking it. Pulling his blanket, Sun Zichuan said, "Xiao, you are 3 years old? More or less?" Xiao Qiye replied lazily, "Didn't you already fall asleep? Please continue." The more Sun Zichuan slept, the wetter he became. That cold mop of hair stuck to him. And following in its wake was Xiao Qiye, who smelled the same as the scent on the handkerchief last night. Sun Zichuan opened his eyes and said, "My clothes are wet." No one replied. Sun Zichuan said, "Stop pretending to sleep." Sun Zichuan said, "Xiao." Sun Zichuan propped himself up with his arms and said in the darkness, "Xiao Xian, you're a jerk." The jerk handed him a dry handkerchief out of consideration, then turned his back to him and waited. On the rooftop, Ding Dao pulled back his hands and said, "It's so cold even on snowy days. I'm afraid we won't be having an easy time this winter. Ji Jin handed him the wine bag and rubbed his hands and said, we have kept watch for 2 nights. There should be a shift change tomorrow morning. Ding Dao took a sip of the wine, which warmed him up a little. Folding his arms up into his sleeves, he lay down too and said as he looked at the night sky, nothing's happening tonight either. The task is arduous, and the road is long. Ji Jin covered the wine bag. His ears suddenly twitched, and he turned over to lie on his stomach. His eyes moved back and forth in the boundless darkness like a falcon. A subtle sound of snow being trodden on rang out in the wind. Ji Jin acted decisively and flipped over his hand to toss out a flying blade. He whispered, the northwest corner. Ding Dao suddenly leaped up, flew across the rooftop, and hacked at the darkness with a lightning move of his hand. The jet-black robe in the night dodged his blow smoothly. Like a ghost, the man concealed himself into the shadows and attempted to flee. A lithe Ding Dao fell over to hang upside down from the eaves. He did not expect steel needles to come for him right in the face. Using the shaft of the brush in his hand, he struck away the needles with a thwack. When he took a look again, the person had already made his escape. Ding Dao landed soundlessly on the ground. His qigong was so outstanding that he did not leave any footprints when he landed on this thin snow. Ji Jin surveyed the area from the rooftop and said, excellent martial arts. To think he could escape my eyes. Daozi 5, could you tell who it was? Ding Dao picked the steel needles from the veranda and pinched them between his fingertips to scrutinize. In just a short instant, he had already learned a lot. He said, it's thin as hair and dipped in snake venom. It's not a product of Kudu, but a foreign gimmick imported by the Yongquan harbor in the 13 cities of Jueshi. His qigong is good, and his ability to mask his breathing is exceptional. Although he did not carry a broadsword with him, his likely from the imperial bodyguards. He carefully put the steel needles into his own bamboo tube and somersaulted back onto the rooftop. The imperial bodyguards have removed a bunch of officials from office. Skilled men of 4th grade 6 and below are few and far between. Ji Jin said, who would come to our prince's manor at this moment to scout around? It's hard to say. Ding Dao touched his chest with trepidation. He almost stabbed my book. Ji Jin drank his wine, lost in thoughts. Ding Dao sat cross-legged and began to say in a hushed tone, this book has been with me for many years. What's more, it was a reward from the hereditary prince's consort. Even when I went to fight those Bianca Baldies, it had never been stabbed before. What a close call. It's really too close of a call. There are still many things written in it. Do you know? My father's own book was stolen when someone slit his throat. Oh my God. Recorded in it are all major stuff. Back then, I chased after the book until I almost died. Jinji, I'm telling you. A man should always keep a journal because they will become forgetful when they grow old. Like you. You drink so much wine all day that before the age of 40, you will probably forget how much money you have been squirreling away. Why not you tell me, and I'll write it down and remember it for you. Ji Jin stuffed cotton into his ears and began to meditate. The next day, Shun Zichuan was the first to wake up. He did not sleep. With Xiao Qie crowding behind him, both of them had been up to their neck pulling the blanket back and forth in the night. Besides, Shun Zichuan could not sleep with such a hulk of a person beside him. Xiao Qie was lying still in a pretty sound sleep while hugging the pillow. Shun Zichuan waited for him to wake. But he ended up waiting for something else instead. That erected portion pressed against his buttocks. Brimming with vigor. Hot and obvious. The temperature on the bed rose. He did not know if Xiao Qie was awoken by the heat or by the hardness. In any case, he cussed in a hoarse voice and sat up in one smooth movement. Kang Ji loves Lianin at Kang Ji. Net Xiao Qie tossed the pillow aside. He cast Shun Zichuan a look and saw that Shun Zichuan was also looking at him. He grabbed at his own hair and reached out a hand to cover Shun Zichuan with the blanket to forbid the latter to look. Then he got out of bed and headed straight into the pool without even wearing his shoes. Chen Yang was waiting outside listening to signs of activities when he saw Shun Zichuan stepped out. He did not know what to say as both men faced each other. But Shun Zichuan simply pointed naturally in the direction of the bath hall and walked away. By the time Xiao Qi'er emerged, he was already clear-headed. He ate a little of his breakfast and listened as Chen Yang told him about the intruder last night. Imperial bodyguards. Xiao Qi'er thought for a moment and said, he didn't come for me. He should be someone here to keep an eye on Shenlanju. Then, he's the Empress Dowager's man. Chen Yang said, but manpower is scarce now. How would there still be such skilled men in the Imperial bodyguards? The waters of the Imperial bodyguards run deep. Xiao Qi'er stood up. I'll head out for morning court. 7 will talk again when I return. At the end of the court session, Li Jianheng, holding the hand warmer, 8 sat in Mingli Hall and watched as the various officials split up into both sides. He asked apprehensively, so the verdict has been passed? Shuexiuzhua kneeled and said, to reply Your Majesty, Ji Lei had made a full confession regarding his intent to rebel at the Nanlin hunting grounds. The evidence against him is now conclusive. The Court of Judicial Review worked through the night last night to straighten out the confession, and it has been submitted to Your Majesty by Secretariat Elder Hai. In the half-months before and after the Hua faction case, the 3 judicial offices have repeatedly conducted joint trials. The 2 vice-commanders and 4 assistant commanders of the Imperial bodyguards headed by Ji Lei are all sentenced to immediate execution by decapitation, 9 while the Judge 10 and accompanying battalion commanders at the Nanlin hunting grounds are all sentenced to prison to await execution. 11 As long as the sentence has been passed, it's all good. Li Jianheng said. You have worked hard, Secretariat Elder. It's inadvisable to stand for long. Men, bring him a seat. After Hai Liangyi sat down, Li Jianheng continued, it's truly abhorrent of the Hua clan to collude with the eunuchs and imperial bodyguards to plot a rebellion. Pan Rugi, as the brush-holding director of the Directorate of Ceremonial, is greedy for power and wealth. He's wicked beyond redemption. This person must not be held in custody to await execution, he should be beheaded right away. The words Secretariat Elder has previously said to me gave me sleepless nights. After thinking about it for a long time, I've decided to work hard for the prosperity of the state from now on. Hai Liangyi immediately rose to bow again. Li Jianheng quickly raised his hands and said, Sit, Secretariat Elder, please sit. There are now many matters that I'll need the Secretariat Elder's advice on. In the future, I hope that everyone will work as one to assist me. If you have something to say, you can boldly speak your mind here. Shuexiuzhua looked up in surprise, but his expression remained neutral. He kneeled in unison with the various officials on his left and right and commended the decision. Li Jianheng excitedly motioned for everyone to get up. After saying a little more, he dismissed them and invited only Secretariat Elder Hai to stay and have a meal with him. Xiao Qi'er happened to be with Shuexiuzhua when he came out. Shuexiuzhua said, I wonder what the Viceroy said to His Majesty. To think His Majesty would be willing to show such respect to the wise. His Majesty is young and strong. This is just the time for him to show his might. Even if I said nothing, he would still do this on his own accord. Xiao Qi'er said, the Court of Judicial Review has been busy these days. It has been hard on Your Excellency Yanqing. One would naturally concern himself with all matters pertaining to his post, it's my duty. As Shuexiuzhua spoke, he looked at Xiao Qi'er and said with a smile, I heard that the Viceroy has been diligently heading to Mount Feng these 2 days. Is there anything fun there? Xiao Qi'er smiled too and replied, the first snow on Mount Feng is unparalleled in the world, and several deers have been sighted recently. I'm thinking of hunting a few rounds for fun. If you are free, would you like to go and have a look together? Shuexiuzhua gave a light wave of his hand and said, I am just a weak scholar. What would I know about hunting? I wouldn't want to dampen the Viceroy's spirits. Both men parted ways at the entrance of the palace. As Xiao Qi'er watched him recede into the distance, his earlier smile waned. Chen Yang was waiting by the horse carriage. He waited until Xiao Qi'er arrived before he lifted the curtain for him and said at the same time, Viceroy, the Venerable Shifu has already left for Kudu. Xiao Qi'er nodded. Chen Yang hesitated for a moment, then continued, our tale in the Court of Judicial Review has brought back word that Ji Lei is dead. Xiao Qi'er asked, how did he die? Chen Yang raised his hands to gesture as he kept his voice down to say, He was skinned until he looked neither human nor ghost. He was on the verge of dying last night, but Shueshozhua kept him hanging on to his last breath until the confession was presented to His Majesty. Only then did he let him breathe his last. Xiao Qie sat down in silence. Chen Yang said, Ji Lei interrogated Shen Zichuan in the imperial prison 5 years ago, and got Feng Quan to humiliate him in public with donkey roast. Now, Shen Zichuan has returned tit for tat and also turned Ji Lei into. This person's vindictive nature is evident. Viceroy, there's animosity between him and us too. It's too dangerous to let him stay with us now. Xiao Qie twirled the thumb ring on his thumb and did not reply. Chapter 38, Military Discipline. Chapter 38, Military Discipline. The snow fell for 3 or 4 days. Xiao Qie became lazy to the point he hardly went to the military drill grounds. He had recently made the acquaintance of several Longyu merchants and purchased some valuables such as pearls imported from Yongquan Harbor and jasper produced from Hezhou, all of which were exquisite items. Li Jianheng was very diligent now. No matter how cold the weather was, he would attend court sessions as usual and ask Hai Liangyi to give lectures every day. When he saw Xiao Qie neglecting his tasks, he would also exhort him a word or two. He seemed as if he genuinely had a change of heart. Xiao Qie was glad to see the change in him. He hunted 2 deers from Mount Feng and presented them to the palace. Frightened by the donkey roast the last time, Li Jianheng kept wild creatures at arm's length and bestowed the deers to Hai Liangyi instead. It was soon to be the end of the year, when the sacrificial ceremony too and officials' banquet were major events. The 6 ministries and 24 yamen of the imperial palace were all up to their neck in work. The Directorate of Ceremonial lacked manpower, and there were many matters that they could not get a grasp on, so they still had to ask Li Jianheng. Li Jianheng was baffled when it came to these matters too, so he had to trouble Hai Liangyi and the Ministry of Rites to decide every time. It began to grow busy in Kudu. When Li Jianheng saw that Xiao Qie had nothing to do, he gave him an important job and handed him the task of reviewing the 8th Great Training Division's roster. This way, Kudu's patrols and defenses fell completely into Xiao Qie's hands. Xiao Qie could not turn it down, so he had no choice but to start busying around. Shen Zichuan followed Xiao Qie as the latter bustled about. Consequently, that made it inevitable for him to run into the imperial army. Tan Tai, who had yet to remove his blades after his patrol ended this one day. When he returned to the office, he saw Shen Zichuan standing outside. He rubbed his frozen, scarred face and strode over. Shen Zichuan turned his head and watched as Tan Tai, who moved menacingly towards him. Shen the 8th. Tan Tai, who stopped in his tracks and said coldly to Shen Zichuan. Shen Wei is your old man, right? Kang Ji loves Lianin at Kangji. Net Shen Zichuan asked, are you looking for my old man or for me? Of course, I'm looking for you. Shen Wei has already been fucking burned to ashes. Tan Tai, who paced around Shen Zichuan and said, your days in Kudu are still comfortable. Look at this figure. It's comparable to the courtesans in Donglong Street. The pampered kind with an appetite for food and wine. Hearing his tone, Shen Zichuan knew that he did not come with good intentions. Chen Yang said nothing beside him, while the imperial army in the courtyard all craned their necks to watch the show. Tan Tai, who continued, perky ass and a slender willow waist. Rosy peach blossom cheeks and foxy eyes. In Shangyun Villa, you'd be a first-class top courtesan material. Why are you running around in the wind and snow with our viceroy instead of living the good life? Tan Tai, who stood fixed in place and stared daggers at Shen Zichuan. He continued, it was only because Shen Wei licked the hooves of the Libei armored cavalry horses 5 years ago that the 6 prefectures of Zhongbua did not turn into manure pits for the Biancha 12 tribes' horses. And now you are also learning from your old man. Which part of our viceroy are you going to lick? The brothel prostitutes are all great talents skilled in a certain technique once they let down the bed curtains. What skill do you have that makes you worthy of standing together today with all the men who have fought battles? Shen Zichuan said with a smile, if I'm not worthy, then is the vice commander going to revoke my waist token and drive me out of the courtyard? Why would I want to waste that much effort? Tan Tai, who said, you are the dog at our imperial army's doors. Even a kick is an honor to you. It's also on account of the viceroy that I'm here saying a few words to you. Since you have become another man's thing, then you must have the cognizance of being an object. I hung up the imperial bodyguard's waist token on the son of heaven's 3 orders. And that means I'm here on official business. How is that being someone else's thing? Shun Zichuan said. If I'm the imperial army's dog, then all of you sirs aren't that different either. We are all men receiving a salary from the imperial court walking around Kudu. If there is any awareness to be had, then everyone must work with one mind and heart to be enlightened. Tantai, whose tiger-like eyes widened in a stare as he held up his twin blades and fumed, "You, the same as us? Disrespectful Shun dog. Back then, I was the senior battalion commander of the Dengju garrison troops of Zhongju." He strode a sudden step forward and seethed with hatred. At that time, when Chashi River was defeated, my brothers were in the Chashi sinkhole. Do you know what a sight that was? Men shot alive with arrows until they turned into hedgehogs. 40,000 men buried together in the sinkhole. 40,000 men. Shun Zichuan's expression remained unchanged. Tantai, who said, "My old man and mother were in Dengju too. The Biancha cavalry came attacking, and that traitor Shun fled, abandoning all the old, weak, women, and children in Dengju like my parents to the Biancha cavalry. They massacred the cities one after another. My younger sister was dragged by the Biancha cavalry for 2 li 4 before she was raped and slaughtered at the city gate. But you are living such a carefree life with no need to worry about the necessities. Just stick out your ass for others to fuck, and any sin you are guilty of can be pardoned." The cold wind blew in the courtyard. Chen Yang saw that the situation was getting out of hand and wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Tantai, who lifted Shun Zichuan by the collar and said, infuriated, "How dare you talk back when I'm lecturing you today? You are all young masters used to a life of luxury. How would you know exactly how many people died in that battle? How would you know there are still countless people who have starved to death in Zhongbua even in this day and age? How's life in Kudu, huh? You sleep well, live well, and there are always people absolving you of sin one after another. Then what about those people in Zhongbua who have died? Who is going to be held accountable for their deaths?" Shun Zichuan grabbed hold of Tantai, whose arm, and suddenly flung him over to the ground. It was such a shocking move that everyone around them retreated in unison. Shun Zichuan rubbed 2 handfuls of snow and looked at Tantai, who. He said, "Who? Ask your own people. It took an entire month for the Biancha cavalry to enter our territory and moved along the banks of Chashi River to Dengju. When Shen Wei cowered back from battle, you iron-willed, valiant men should have broken his neck and dispatched troops to fortify defenses." Shun Zichuan stood up. "Even if you humiliate me and hate me, it's no skin off my nose. This world calls for repaying a debt of blood with blood. Killing me is thus considered enforcing justice on behalf of heaven and appeasing public wrath." He spat at Tantai, who and smiled maliciously. "What a fucking load of crap. The one who massacred the cities is the Biancha cavalry. They are also the one who killed those 40,000 soldiers. You want to screw me, Shun Zichuan, then get your ass straight first and wash the Biancha cavalry's piss off your head. My life is lowly, and my death is not to be regretted. But will my death write off the Biancha cavalry's debts?" Tantai, who said, "Don't you fucking try to absolve yourself from guilt. Wasn't your old man the one who let the Biancha cavalry into the territories? Then kill me." Shun Zichuan raised a finger to make a slashing motion across his neck. "Please, hurry and kill me. Kill me, and the Shun traitor's bloodline will be severed." Tantai, who suddenly stood up, pulled out his twin blades, and pounced on Shun Zichuan. Having just woken up, Ding Dao had only just strode through the door when he saw what was happening. Alarmed, he shouted, "Laohu 5, don't hurt him. I have to keep watch on him." Tantai, who was already beyond listening. He slashed out with his twin blades and sent the wind whistling. Ding Dao leaped 3 feet 6 high, intending to charge in, but Jiyu Jin lifted him by his back collar to stop him from going. "Laohu's entire family died in Zhongbua," Jiyu Jin said. "You can't expect him to let Shun Zichuan off." Ding Dao said, "But wasn't the culprit Shen Wei? What does it have to do with Shun Zichuan?" Jiyu Jin hesitated for a moment, but did not continue the conversation. Tan Tai, whose blade sliced the air before Shen Zichuan's face, and Shen Zichuan spun around to kick his blade-holding wrist askew. As soon as Tan Tai, whose arm went numb, he hurled his blade out. Right at that time, the curtain to the office was lifted. Yang Zhongji, the vice minister of the Ministry of War, stared at the blade with widened eyes as it came hurtling towards him. Chen Yang instantly raised his arm in an attempt to grab the hilt. But who would expect Xiao Qie to be faster? With a swing of his sheath, he struck the blade down into the snow. The steel blade stabbed into the ground with force so violent it shocked the entire courtyard of Imperial Army into kneeling. They said in unison, "Viceroy, please pardon our offense." Ignoring them, Xiao Qie hung his blade back and raised his hand to lift the curtain for Yang Zhongji. With an apologetic smile, he said, "I failed to discipline my subordinates and have thus caused alarm to Vice Minister Yang." How would Yang Zhongji dare to linger? After concurring awkwardly for a couple of times, he hurried out of the courtyard, got into his horse carriage, and slipped away without even wanting anyone to see him off. Once Xiao Qie was done seeing him off, he turned back to look at the entire courtyard of kneeling men. Knowing that he was in the wrong, Chen Yang hastened to say, "Viceroy, it's this subordinate who has been negligent in my supervision and didn't you've watched the show long enough." As Xiao Qie spoke, Meng landed on his shoulder. He took out some white meat and fed it to the gerfalcon, saying only, "Zhao Hui wouldn't do such a thing." Chen Yang's face turned white. Xiao Qie did not reprove Chen Yang as he stood before the others, because Chen Yang was his chief of guards and his trusted aide. He could not give Chen Yang a slap in the face right under the watchful eyes of the men, since that would make him lose his standing among his Imperial Army brothers and make him unable to hold his head up before them. But these words of his cut Chen Yang's heart the deepest. Chen Yang and Zhao Hui were both men with good potential that Xiao Fengshu selected himself. Zhao Hui was calm and steady, and his meritorious military deeds were innumerable as he followed under Xiao Jiming's command. He was a deputy general whom few would dare to show displeasure to when he came to Kudu. Meanwhile, Chen Yang had remained behind in the Libei Prince Manor until he finally followed Xiao Qie 5 years ago. He was prudent, and he was most fearful of others saying that he was inferior to Zhao Hui. This was a contest between them brothers of the same clan. And Xiao Qie's words today not only gave him a wake-up call, but also made him extremely ashamed. When I took over as the viceroy 5 years ago, it was said that the Imperial Army was all a bunch of rotten ruffians who gave scant regard to military discipline and rules and who held the viceroy in contempt. Xiao Qie stroked Meng and said, "I can't lead these kinds of soldiers. If you want to remain in the Imperial Army, either you buck up and abide by the rules, or you pack up and scram right now." Tan Tai, whose chest heaved as he said indignantly, "It's as what the viceroy said. We have all listened to you in the past. But what is he? Can he even be called a soldier? I'm appointed the vice commander, and I'm several grades higher than him. Was it wrong of me to lecture him? I may feed myself with this job, but no way am I going to bend myself over for someone who sells his ass. The waist token his hanging on his waist is of the Imperial bodyguards. And now he is on the job as a guard. If you can sit in my position before giving him the attitude, then you'd have proven yourself capable." Xiao Qie lowered his eyes to look at him. "You think you aren't in the wrong?" Tan Tai, who straightened up his neck and said, "That's right. Kang Ji loves Lianin at Kang Ji. Net then why stay on and suffer indignities?" Xiao Qie said, "Leave." Tan Tai, who suddenly raised his head in disbelief. "For this man, the viceroy wants to remove me from office. There shall be no personal grudges in the Imperial Army. So don't fucking try to play matchmaker. I'm not doing this for anyone." Xiao Qie lowered his voice. "I have the final say in the Imperial Army. Since you can make your own decisions, then why call me viceroy? Strip off this armor and remove these twin steel blades, then you are free to demand repayment for any blood debt you are owed. If you can take him down within 3 moves, I, Xiao Cen, will immediately kowtow to you and acknowledge my mistake. But when you don this armor and hang up the Imperial Army's token on your waist, then you can only obey me. Every one of you here had a great show to watch today. You trample all over my dignity to your great delight. You have backbone. You're gutsy enough. So what's there for us to talk about military discipline? Wouldn't it be much more gratifying for all of you to scram and become the kings of the Mountain 7 instead? Everyone lowered their heads and dared not say a word more. Meng finished eating his meat and raised his head high to stare at them. Xiao Qie said, "Don't you usually like to say that I'm a muddle-headed lecher? Then I'll do precisely that today. I'll revoke Tan Tai Hu's waist token and send him out of the door." The Imperial Army said in unison, "Viceroy, please be appeased." Tan Tai Hu would not admit his mistake. He pulled the waist token off with a trembling hand and said, "As brothers with the Viceroy, I've received the Viceroy's kindness these 5 years, and I'm even willing to lay down my life for the Viceroy. But what wrong am I guilty of today? The Viceroy wants to break my heart and dismiss me from my post because of a pretty man. Fine. I, Tan Tai Hu, concede defeat." With that, he placed his waist token and helmet together on the ground and kowtowed thrice, thud, 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 to Xiao Qie. Then he rose to his feet and stripped off his armor. Wearing only his inner garment 8, he looked at Shen Zichuan. "I'll see how long you can survive by seducing those you serve. 9. I will naturally seek vengeance on the Biantia Baldies in the days to come. But you won't be able to run either." Tan Tai Hu wiped his eyes and cupped his fists to everyone around him. "My brothers, we shall meet again." Then he strode a step forward and left for real. Chapter 39, Wolf and Amp, Tiger. Chapter 39, Wolf and Amp, Tiger. A charcoal fire burned in the hall, making the room hot. Chen Yang had already been kneeling for a little less than an hour. Xiao Qie sat at the head seat reading military books. Imperial Army generals of all ranks were also kneeling beyond the curtain. It was silent, both on the inside and outside. As the saying goes, if the general has yet to have the prestige to speak of, then he should first awe and intimidate to boost his prestige. When Xiao Qie took over the Imperial Army 5 years ago, he had put on an initial show of strength and power upon assuming office. What he wanted was the absolute authority to command this pack of heroes. In these 5 years, he had been fair in meting out rewards and punishments. He never skimped on the money that was meant to be paid out to the Imperial Army. Not only did he not give less, he even spent much more to make up for any deficiency. He was very generous to his subordinates. Yet, that cloak of his was still the same one his eldest sister-in-law had sent over 3 years ago. The autumn hunt enabled the Imperial Army to hold their heads high. It put them in the limelight, overshadowing the 8 great training divisions. For a moment, they had the world at their feet. These soldiers, who have been oppressed for a long time in Kudu, used to put on a submissive front before the 8 great training divisions. Now, they even dared to boss the 8 great training divisions around. This was not a good sign. Complacency would lead one to get too carried away by success. Xiao Qie needed an opportunity to knock some senses into the Imperial Army. And the Tan Tai Hu today was it. Chen Yang did not dare to raise his head. Xiao Qie rapped on the table, and Chen Yang immediately got up to refill the tea for Xiao Qie. Once the cup was filled, he kneeled back down again. Xiao Qie never said a word the entire night, so Chen Yang kneeled on the ground all night. Many words, left unsaid, could make one feel more ashamed than if it had been said. Xiao Qie had to attend morning court the next day. After dressing and tidying himself up, he said to Chen Yang, "There's no need to follow me today. Take a break." Chen Yang had kneeled until both his legs were numbed. With his hands on the ground, he kowtowed and said in a hoarse voice, "Master." He had always addressed Xiao Qie as Viceroy. This call came right from the heart. Sure enough, Xiao Qie stopped in his tracks. But still, he did not look back. Chen Yang kowtowed again and said, "I implore Master to punish me." Xiao Qie raised his hand to signal to those waiting upon him to leave. It was only when there was no one else in the hall that he turned aside to look at Chen Yang. If a man has done nothing wrong, then what punishment is there to speak of? The sweat on Chen Yang's forehead dripped past his eyes. This subordinate has realized the errors of his ways, he said. After a long silence, Xiao Qie said, "These years, Zhao Hui has followed Dage on war expeditions to the frontier. He has been climbing the ranks. Within 5 years, he should receive his own residence and a conferred title. You are both good men father himself picked out. Why is it that he, Zhao Hui, could have that kind of honor and glory while you, Chen Yang, have to follow and rot away with a hoodlum. Chen Yang's lips paled. He said, how would this subordinate dare to think so? The hereditary prince has his own strengths. But its master who is my pillar. Zhao Hui and I are both brothers of the same clan. We share weal and woe together. It'd be best if you truly understand this principle. Xiao Qie said, brothers who fight among themselves and family who draw swords at each other too are all rotten to the core. Outsiders don't even have to make their moves for you to meet your end before them. You followed me and remained in Kudu, leaving all the matters back at home to Zhao Hui to look after. His younger sister married the vice director of the Ministry of Rites, and you are the one who filled in the role of family from her maternal home and backed her during Spring Festival 3 and other festivities. You can contend with will and spirit if you want to make great contributions and accomplish great tasks, but not so when it comes to moral principles. It's having righteous order and heroic spirit that makes a good man. What's your fear and hurry to compete with him? Zhao Hui wouldn't do what happened yesterday, because he has Dage's dignity to consider. You are now the chief of the Imperial Army's guards, yet you still need to rely on that bit of trick to inspire confidence in others. For that bit for gratification, you would even let others trample over your master's dignity. Tan Tai who came from Zhongbua. You know that. But you still swapped him to yesterday's roster so that he could vent his anger and resentment. So, what is it, Chen Yang? Have you been following me to fool around to the point that you now have to play games like this to win others over? For this moment of satisfaction, you would not even hesitate to dent your master's dignity. Stung by remorse and self-reproach, Chen Yang lowered his head and said, I've let master down, you've let yourself down. Xiao Qie suddenly said in an indifferent voice, come back on rotational duty once you've figured it out. Let Ji Jin follow me these few days. Dazed, Chen Yang kneeled on the ground and raised his head to watch as Xiao Qie lifted the curtain and stepped out. Shun Zechuan finally had a night of sleep last night. At present, he was standing beside the horse carriage, puffing out warm air as he watched the gerfalcon hover in the snowy sky. Xiao Qie stepped out of the door and got up the horse carriage. Ji Jin took the horsewhip and looked at Shun Zechuan. Shun Zechuan did not look at him. The curtain partially opened, and Xiao Qie signaled to him with his eyes. Shun Zechuan immediately felt the stares on his back as the Imperial Army who had been freezing in the courtyard the entire night all looked at him. He smiled at Xiao Qie, then made his way up. Ji Jin drove, and the carriage started to sway. Xiao Qie handed a hand warmer to Shun Zechuan. When Shun Zechuan accepted it, Xiao Qie stuck the back of his hand to the back of Shun Zechuan's hand. So cold. Xiao Qie said. Kangji loves Lianin at Kangji. Net Shun Zechuan raised his finger to push away Xiao Qie's hand. He leaned against the wall and held the hand warmer. Xiao Qie said, you don't look too happy. Shun Zechuan warmed up his hands and said, I'm happy. He looked at Xiao Qie and said with a smile, it makes me happy that the second young master spoke up for me and helped me out of a predicament. Xiao Qie said, this second young master did not do it for anyone. That may be so. Shun Zechuan said, now that the prestige has been established, then when are you going to bestow them favors? 5 There aren't many days left for me to be a guard. If you want to use me, you must hurry. Xiao Qie looked at him and said nothing. Shun Zechuan lifted his chin slightly in a pose similar to a relaxing posture. He exhaled and said after a pause, I'm not your match when it comes to governing others. Shun Lanju is a good target. Put him before you, and you can defend yourself and put on a deliberate show of strength to intimidate the tiger. 6 Maybe he can even warm your bed. This kind of killing 3 birds with 1 stone is truly hard to find. Xiao, you sure are impressive. There was a cacophony of human voices outside the carriage, while the atmosphere within the carriage grew increasingly heavy. Both men were just a few inches apart, but they seemed to be separated by a natural chasm. When the carriage arrived at its destination, Ji Jin tactfully did not say a word to disturb them. Having warmed his hands, Shun Zechuan put the hand warmer back on the small table and said, what a pity. Xiao Qie said, what? Everyone thinks you enjoy yourself to your heart's content every night. Shun Zechuan licked the tip of his teeth and said unhurriedly to him, who would have known you, Xiao, to be a diligent and conscientious Liuxiahui. 7. I haven't even touched your saliva before, let alone talk about being fucked by you. With that, he made to lift the curtain and get off the carriage. He did not expect Xiao Qie to hook his waist belt. That's right. Xiao Qie smiled playfully. Look at how eager you are to cross swords on the bed. I shall comply with your wish. Shen Zichuan said, I don't want anyone with such fierce eyes. The curtain swayed. He had already gotten off the carriage. Xiao Qie's fingertips turned up empty. He waved them, as if wanting for more. After Tan Tai Hui's incident, the imperial army became less ostentatious. All of them tucked their tails between their legs and behaved themselves, thus reverting to the way they were before the autumn hunt. Chen Yang, even more prudent now, no longer dared to close an eye when others stirred up trouble. He had previously hurt his foot in Libei, and the cold was harsh in Kudu a few days later, so his foot would hurt for each day he was on duty. One day, after dinner, Xiao Qie threw Chen Yang several bottles of medicinal paste. When Chen Yang went back and opened them, they turned out to be the valuable paste that Xiao Jiming had gotten from the venerable Igui a few years back. He could not help but reproach himself again. From then on, he was even more diligent in his work. On the other side, Tan Tai who went home and found himself in dire straits just a few days later. Everyone in his family was dead, yet he had adopted 3 children from Zhongbua, all of whom lived on his salary. He was not married either, so he had no wife to manage affairs at home. All the money he received every month was spent until nothing was left. At present, he was in a short supply of rice and noodles, and he also had to prepare for the new year too. He was a veteran of Dengju, and he had buddies in Kudu. But all along, he had always been the one to take care of others. Now that it was his turn, he could not bring himself to borrow money from others, so he tightened his belt to feed the children. But this was, after all, not a long-term solution. Tan Tai who was even thinking of being a loan shark and tagging along with others to collect debts when Chen Yang appeared on his doorsteps for a visit. The new year is right around the corner, Chen Yang put down the money and said. The viceroy still remembers that there are 3 children in your family. Tan Tai who turned his face away as he sat on the chair and said, since I'm no longer a soldier of the imperial army, then there's no reason for me to accept money from the imperial army. You are truly a bona fide tiger, 8 Chen Yang said with a severe countenance. Why are you still pissed with the viceroy? You struck out at Shen Zichuan with many people watching that day. Where is your respect for the viceroy? Being too lax in military discipline is a major taboo. You have been a vice commander for so long. Don't tell me you don't understand that. Tan Tai who said, what can I do? Whenever I see Shen the 8th, I'll remember my parents. Chen Yang sighed and said, even so, you shouldn't have humiliated him and, consequently, the viceroy too. You know the viceroy's temperament after following him for a few years, so why did you still shoot your mouth off? Tan Tai who rubbed his head. Chen Yang continued, I was at fault too. I knew you were rash, but I didn't stop you. Admit your mistakes if you make one, and accept your punishment if you receive one. A real man can take temporary setbacks and adapt to circumstances. Must you go to the extent of quitting before you think yourself a real hero? Then what can I do? I have already handed in the waste token. When Tan Tai who spoke to this point, he felt aggrieved and sad. I've followed the viceroy for 5 years and worked myself to the bone during the autumn hunt. It wasn't easy for the imperial army to finally make a name for itself. I get afraid when I see that fox going in and out the whole day. The way he looks. I was really afraid that the viceroy's future would be ruined. I was getting anxious, and I hate him to death. Ding Dao said something about how it's not his fault. That's right, who doesn't know that? But who could stand it if they were in my shoes? It was my parents and siblings who died, not a dog by the roadside. Chen Yang was silent too. Tan Tai who stamped heavily on the ground and wiped his face haphazardly. The scar-faced man still shed tears when he recalled the past. He choked with sobs and said, anyone would not be happy to see a person they hate right in front of them, let alone someone with such enmity. That year when Zhongbua troops were defeated. Chen Yang, all of us who survived had our families broken up and ruined, while we ourselves barely escaped by the skin of their teeth. Who's going to take pity on us? Look at those 3 children in my house. They haven't even begun to recognize a few words before they were turned into orphans who have to dig mud under the hooves of the Bianca cavalry's horses in order to live. We are all lowly creatures. Chen Yang patted him and waited for him to calm down a little before saying, but now that you have joined the imperial army, the viceroy is king. Huzi 5 years ago, when the viceroy cleaned up the imperial army, he had wanted to take in non-native military households 10 like you guys, but the Ministry of War did not agree. Do you still remember what the viceroy said? Tai, whose shoulders shook slightly. Chen Yang continued, isn't the reason you still want to be a soldier today because of what the viceroy said that day? The feuds of our families has yet to be avenged, and the humiliation of our nation has yet to be redressed. The imperial army will one day ride the horses out of the mountain pass. Isn't killing the enemies with your own hands then much more gratifying than blaming another man today? How is it that you've forgotten this all with the passage of time? Tai, who said, how would I dare to forget? I've never forgotten it for even a day. I gave this life to the viceroy to use as he wished, all for that one day to come. Then it's all good, isn't it? Chen Yang got up and pushed the money to Tai, who. Brothers don't bear each other overnight grudges. The viceroy treats us as brothers. This money is from the viceroy himself. After you've celebrated the spring festival, return to your original squad, hang up the squad commander waist token, and do your duties well. With mixed feelings, Tai, who saw Chen Yang out of the door. When Chen Yang returned, he saw Shen Zichuan. Both men greeted each other on the veranda. As he lifted the curtain and went in, Shen Zichuan knew that the matter was done. Shen Zichuan was bored to death as he watched the falling snow. A vicious man like this could be disguised as fake even if he was real, and be made real even if he was fake. Others simply would not be able to tell whether the expression he put on was happiness or anger, nor would they be able to tell if he was being sincere or hypocritical. It did not take long before Chen Yang came out again. He lifted the curtain, nodded at Shen Zichuan, and said, the viceroy is waiting inside for you to have a meal together. Shen Zichuan turned around and saw Xiao Qie looking at him. Chapter 40, Tearing and Amp, Biting. Chapter 40, Tearing and Amp, Biting. Fresh vegetables were a rare sight in winter, and so the ones that fetched a high price in Kudu now were all green vegetables. Having been rewarded by Li Jianheng, Xiao Qie's dinner table tonight included a plate of crisp, shredded cucumber. Side dishes that accompany the main dishes help to invigorate the spleen and eliminate toxins. Xiao Qie scooped up a bowl of hot soup and pushed it towards Shen Zichuan. You've been standing outside for so long. Warm yourself up and have a refreshing meal before you take a rest. As the saying goes, Shen Zichuan wiped his hands and took a seat. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. So, what instructions does the second young master have? Plenty. Xiao Qie said. We'll talk as we eat. Both men lifted their chopsticks together. There was no one else inside the room. The 2 bowls of rice were quickly eaten clean, as was the plate of shredded cucumber that they split between themselves. Neither of them touched the meat dishes. The Spring Festival 3 is right around the corner, and my shifu is coming to the capital. Xiao Qie drank the soup. If Ji Gangshifu is free, we can arrange for both elders to meet. A New Year celebration, or a Hongmen banquet. For you have to make it clear. Shen Zichuan set down the chopsticks. My shifu doesn't stake his life on games. New Year celebration. Xiao Qie said. There are only both of them left in this generation, and they have not seen each other in so many years. Sure. I'll prepare a big gift later and ask Shifu to come out of obscurity. Shen Zichuan had eaten his fill. Seeing him get up, Xiao Qie said, rest in my room as usual tonight. Shen Zichuan looked back and smiled as he said, naturally, I won't run. We'll take our turns in the bath. Take your time. I'll go first. With that, he lifted the curtain and headed inside to wash his face and rinse his mouth. Xiao Qie called for the servants to clear the table. As he stood by the window, he saw that it was snowing outside. He turned his head and saw Shen Zichuan's silhouette through the hazy curtain fabric. Shen Zichuan removed his outer garment. It was as if he was peeling away a layer of coarse shell to reveal the fresh, tender, and succulent flesh within. When he lowered his head to undo his waist belt, the curve of his nape danced with tangerine yellow light as if to add a velvety touch of exquisiteness to that already smooth part. Looking at him through the curtain fabric was just like scratching an itch through a boot. It magnified that temptation, which was brimming with desire, and scattered it, sending it wandering aimlessly through his limbs and bones. It tickled him so badly that it made him irritable and gave him certain violent thoughts. The man being like Jade himself counted for nothing. What bothered Xiao Qie the most was Shen Zichuan's desire. That pair of eyes. And that kind of smile. Whether by design or accident, he seemed to exude such a sexual desire. Come and hug me. Come and touch me. Come and sweat it out with me to your heart's content. This desire was as unaggressive as a drizzle, but unbeknownst to him, it had invaded his mind. Shen Zichuan himself seemed oblivious to it. He retained another kind of indifference that was diametrically opposed to lust as he breezily threw out this contradictory puzzle for others to think about. Xiao Qie did not want to continue to think. He was keenly aware that the eagle this time was not that easy to tame. He could only be his own master. He could not tolerate himself getting so easily and repeatedly aroused by his impulses. Xiao Qie turned back his head, closed the window, and went to the bath hall. Both men slept on each side with a block in between. Their backs were to each other, and their breathing was steady as if they had already fallen asleep. Xiao Qie kept close to his thumb ring and thought of many matters. This thumb ring did not belong to him. At first, it belonged to Feng Yisheng of the Suotian Pass. When Feng Yisheng died in battle, he left the thumb ring to Zhuo Qianqiu. Wearing this thumb ring, Zhuo Qianqiu made a name for himself during the battle at Tianfei Watchtower, where he shot an arrow at his wife, killing her. It was because of this that Zhuo Qianqiu's hair turned white, and also because of this that he never recovered from the setback. He had achieved fame and glory, but the person was dead. There was no way Zhuo Qianqiu could go on the battlefield again. His hands, which once made significant achievements at Tianfei Watchtower, could no longer wield the bow freely. As a child, Xiao Qie had followed Zhuo Qianqiu to ask him, "How did you end up shooting your wife to death?" Zhuo Qianqiu sanded the bowstring and asked, "Do you really want to be a general?" Xiao Qie nodded. Zhuo Qianqiu said, "Then don't start a family. A general dying in 100 battles is actually not that terrifying. What's terrifying is that the general, in all likelihood, will come to be confronted with choices. What you want, and what you must shoulder, are all different things." Zhuo Qianqiu looked at the bow in desolation. The grassland wind caressed his white hair. He said in a daze, "I hope you will never be trapped in such a desperate situation. When a man reaches that stage, he will die no matter what he chooses. You saved tens of thousands of people at Tianfei Watchtower." Xiao Qie leaned over the railing. "Why didn't you want to be conferred a title?" Zhuo Qianqiu laughed and said, "Because I died in battle." It was not until Xiao Qie grew up to be a youth that he understood Zhuo Qianqiu's words. In the battle at Tianfei Watchtower, Zhuo Qianqiu's beloved wife was taken prisoner. Between opening the gates to surrender, or shutting the gates to fight to the death, he could only choose one. Zhuo Qianqiu chose neither. He headed out of the city all by himself and drew his bow to shoot his beloved wife to death. Legend had it that the shot was the most steady shot he had ever fired in his life. He hit his target among countless people. The rain was pouring that night. No one knew if he had cried himself hoarse, or when his hair turned white. When the soldiers retreated at dawn, Zhuo Qianqiu stood upon the white expanse of bones to collect his wife's corpse and bury her. From then on, his reputation of thunder sinking the jade stage, Zhuo Qianqiu spread far and wide. Those who respected him would also curse him behind his back. A man who was that heartless would only make the common man think of him as a scourge, as if generals like him were all naturally born to be this cold-blooded. Xiao Qie treasured this thumb ring very much. But he also feared it. He was afraid that he would one day be caught in a dilemma too. So he had never spoken of like lightly. Chen Yang had been with him for so long, and he still did not know what Xiao Qie was fond of. The wine he loved. The food he liked. The clothing he preferred. The truth was so mixed up with falsehood that no one could really tell. Libei, Libei. It was as if only this word was the destiny he had no way of hiding. He already had a taste of being in someone else's control because of desire. So how could he court trouble for himself again? Xiao Qie sat up soundlessly and looked at Shen Zichuan. He raised his hand. He just had to exert some force, and he could smother this desire to death. Shen Zichuan looked like he was having a nightmare. As he frowned, his temples were both drenched in a cold sweat. His back was already a little damp. Xiao Qie bent over to look at him and saw a Shen Zichuan he had never seen before. Shen Zichuan was trapped in the tide of blood. He was soaking wet all over. He touched himself. It was blood. The dream repeated itself every single day. He felt as if he was going mad. All of a sudden, Shen Zichuan gave a few subtle twitches. His tightly pursed lips slowly loosened apart to mutter something in his sleep amid his outbreak of cold sweat. He was this helpless. Something else from that deep, heavy fear suddenly dawned on Xiao Qie. He scrutinized Shen Zichuan, like a massive beast observing its prey. Shen Zichuan was not invulnerable. Other than that unexplainable probing and dreading of each other, what they had was an even more inexplicable empathy between fellow sufferers. Shen Zichuan felt weary. He would no longer cry in his dreams, or strive to dig through the corpses. He had seen through the nightmare. He knew Ji Mu was dead. Hurry up. It was as if Shen Zichuan was an apathetic bystander. Let's get this over and done with. He urged it on brutally and ruthlessly, even wanting this blood to spill even more, and this snow to fall even harder. How else could he lay bare this nightmare? He no longer had any fear. This flesh and marrow had already been soaked rotten in the blood. He was a stray dog feeding on rotting flesh. The filthy water and abhorrence were merely evidence of his existence. Shen Zichuan suddenly opened his eyes and reached out to put his hands against Xiao Qie's chest. In just a few moments, he asked calmly while dripping with cold sweat, "Can't sleep?" Xiao Qie's chest was scalding hot. He could feel the iciness of Shen Zichuan's palms through the thin fabric. He replied, "I ate too much." Shen Zichuan said, "A timid person would have been scared to death if he saw a person right upon opening his eyes in the middle of the night." "I heard you calling me," Xiao Qie said without batting an eyelid. "I have to determine if you were cursing me. If I curse you, it wouldn't be in my dreams." Scalded by Xiao Qie's body temperature, Shen Zichuan wanted to retract his fingers. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qie pressed his hands back and asked, "Are you cold?" Shen Zichuan's temples were still soaked. He smiled and said, "Yeah. I'm so cold." He had reverted to that seductive Shen Lanju. He did not care the least whether Xiao Qie had been tempted. This kind of ability was innate, it came to him naturally. He was a scum. Xiao Qie gripped his hands and pinned them down at the head of the bed. Sniffing his scent in the darkness, he said, "You sleep in my bed. You know very well what I think of every night. You said that I'm impressive. Shen Lanju, the impressive one is you." What's to be done then?" Shen Zichuan still sounded a little hoarse. He said nonchalantly, "I didn't do anything. I want to do it." Xiao Qie bent his head down to stare at him. "I want to do you. Choose some other ways to let me die." Shen Zichuan let him clasp both of his hands together. "It's too much of a failure to die in bed. I changed my mind." Xiao Qie caressed aside Shen Zichuan's damp hair with a freed hand and looked at him as if he was scrutinizing a jewel he had bought. "I don't want you to die," Shen Zichuan said. "I'd advise you not to bite this neck." "Lanju." Xiao Qie said his name with a sigh and gestured, "Will you let me off even if I didn't?" Shen Zichuan looked at him. Xiao Qie asked, "Is it such a pleasure to tease me?" "Yeah." Shen Zichuan sensed Xiao Qie gradually drawing closer to him. "It pleasures me to see the pitiful look of a little wolf at a loss. Then, we can be even more pleasured." Xiao Qie said, "The Empress Dowager has been putting up with it without making any moves. What did she promise to give you? Throw it away. I'll give you much, much more." Shen Zichuan laughed. "I guess freedom is not included in the list of things you're giving me. Xiao, how is it that you never know that everything you want is all written in your eyes? You want to lock me up right this moment, am I right? I want to make a gold chain." Xiao Qie said, "It's too much of a pity for this neck not to be adorned with something. Dog chains were originally used to leash wolves. Shun Zichuan was so close to Xiao Qie that he could hear the latter's breathing. He said, "I want to put a gold chain around your neck too. For each word you say, I'll yank it once." "Let's not." Xiao Qie raised his eyebrows. "With your salary, you won't be able to afford it even if you empty your pockets." The tips of their noses were about to bump into each other. Xiao Qie's thumb ring was pressing against Zichuan's wrist, which had already reddened from his grip. Xiao Qie said, "Since it's," Shun Zichuan raised his head and kissed him on the lips. Icy derision followed right on the heels of this encounter of soft lips. "Want to go wild with abandon?" The expression in Shun Zichuan's eyes was deranged as he murmured, "Do you dare? Try tearing me apart, Xiao. I don't care." The tightly wound string that was Xiao Qie's limit snapped with a twang, and those already tempestuous waves of emotions gushed forth with a roar. Amidst this mocking and instigation, he ruthlessly pinned down Shun Zichuan and kissed him back as if he was biting him. Lust interweaved with murderous intent. Hatred entangled with pity. Exactly who between them was the more detestable and pitiable one? Tongues intertwined in this wet kiss, where Xiao Qie kissed Shun Zichuan, and Shun Zichuan gave all he could to respond. There was the sensual sound of licking between their lips and teeth as desire burned up two abnormal men. Xiao Qie suddenly released his grip on Shun Zichuan's wrist and supported his back up, wanting them to press against each other intimately, skin to skin. This was mutual loathing, tainting the other party with the filthy stain that was their own, letting hatred turn into a bond that could not be torn apart. It was too much of an agony to live like this, being the only ones who could hear their own howls in the night. So why not come together and tear each other bloody? Let this visceral intimacy metamorphose into a form of solace they could rely on. This life was already rotten enough. Chapter 41, Lanju. Chapter 41, Lanju clothing was shoved up high, and skin that radiated out like moonlight felt icy cold to the touch. There were no caresses, only the tearing apart of each other. The thick, tangible night melted away into an expanse of spring water, into a night of heated passion and intoxicating pleasure. Xiao Qie scooped up this water. He struggled to prop himself up among the tidal waves of emotions and saw Shun Zichuan's eyes as he gasped for breath. In this pair of eyes, there was none of the temperature of one drowning in lust. They even reflected his absurd behavior at this very moment. Xiao Qie felt a wave of thrill cutting through him like a blade. He fondled Shun Zichuan until he made him hot, until he made this water rage. He bound Shun Zichuan from high in the clouds into the crooks of his arms and squashed him hard as he licked and nipped at him wantonly. Biting down on the back of Shun Zichuan's neck was like taking in a mouthful of enchantment potion one into his mouth. The night was thoroughly wet, and the bedding was soaked in sweat. Intertwining limbs thrashed around on the bed, and it was in these urgent collisions that Xiao Qie gradually got a grasp on happiness. He progressed swiftly, surrendering himself in that mass of soft clouds, and hardening in the same mass of soft clouds. He pushed up hard silently against Shun Zichuan's vital spot, so much that Shun Zichuan had to strain to gulp even as his raised neck fearlessly exposed itself before Xiao Qie's eyes. Xiao Qie kissed this neck and scooped up both of Shun Zichuan's knees. He was no longer a hypocrite untempted by lust. Too, he was an ordinary man who stormed the enemy's den and went in for the kill in the dark. He made it impossible for Shun Zichuan to remember the Chashi sinkhole, and made it just as impossible for Shun Zichuan to forget this intense merging of bodies. They had no life-saving straw to clutch at. This was a night of indulgence to break free of their misery. Pleasure blazed through their bodies like a raging inferno. Shun Zichuan reached out for the headboard, and Xiao Qie dragged him back and locked him in an embrace. "Go on, show me how feral you can get." Xiao Qie whispered, "You want me to go wild with abandon, so how dare you run? Don't you want to see who is more savage? I'm not afraid." Shun Zichuan's cheek chafed against the bedding as he closed his eyes and gasped for breath. The expression of pain, of being unable to take it, on this face was all a captivating seduction. How did he blossom into such a visage? Xiao Qie pinched his chin and held it up to kiss him without letting him pant or rest. In the time the sides on the back of his waist 3 were numbed, he ejaculated completely into him. Shun Zechuan was still shuddering from the climactic high, but Xiao Qie did not stop. He turned Shun Zechuan over and thrust in again. The cold wind howled endlessly outside the window, and the suppressed sounds of panting cut through the darkness. Xiao Qie dripped with sweat as he kissed Shun Zechuan over and over again. He did not want to concede defeat. But he had already been vanquished. Xiao Qie fell asleep. The ferocity and fury in his features had all dissolved away into a kind of displeasure from being brash. He held onto one of Shun Zechuan's wrist, making it seem like both men were snuggling against each other this winter night, consequently turning those merciless kisses into a scalding hot furnace. Outside, the snow fell for the entire night, drifting gently like willow catkins. The sound of wind was nowhere to be heard. When it was nearly daybreak, Shun Zechuan extracted his wrist from Xiao Qie's grip. Xiao Qie's fingers chased after him, moving under the bedding. Chen Yang, who was outside the door, saw Shun Zechuan come out of the room. "Military drill grounds," Shun Zechuan said concisely. Chen Yang nodded. As he was about to make way, he caught a glimpse of the injury on Shun Zechuan's lips. He looked as if he was about to say a word, but hesitated. Shun Zechuan glanced at him and saw through what he was thinking, so he said, "The Imperial Bodyguard's reorganization deployment order should be issued these few days. Thank you for your kind treatment during this period of time." Chen Yang said, "A few days earlier, what's over is over, there's no need to speak of it." Shun Zechuan was gratuitously cold today. He said, "We will all be patrolling Kudu in the future, so it'll be inevitable for us to bump into each other. I'll act with caution, and I'd advise the various Imperial Army brothers to be prudent as well." Chen Yang paused. But Shun Zechuan smiled and continued, "It hasn't been easy for the Imperial Army to be where they are today. But time changes, and every dog has its day, so who can say for sure when it comes to the future?" Without waiting for Chen Yang to answer, he lifted his robe and left. Ding Dao patted the snow off his shoulders and fell over to hang in midair. Swinging with his brush in his mouth, he gazed at Shun Zechuan's back with a frown. On seeing this, Chen Yang asked, "What's the matter?" "Kang Ji loves Lianin at Kangji." Net Ding Dao said, "Don't you think he is a little sad today?" Chen Yang turned his head to see the corner of Shun Zechuan's robe. He said, "Is that so? He seems fine to me. He's smiling." Ding Dao fished out his book from his bosom and wrote a few characters while suspended in midair. He lamented, maybe it was because he had a fight with the second young master last night. "That was quite the commotion from what I've heard." Feeling a little embarrassed, Chen Yang looked up and said, "Jiyu Jin, didn't you teach him about the birds and bees? From my calculations, this lad is already 16. In Libei, it'd be time for him to marry a wife." Jiyu Jin did not reply. Chen Yang said, "Do you hear me? He has cotton stuffed in his ears." Ding Dao stuffed the book back into his bosom and turned back to remove the cotton in one of Jiyu Jin's ears. He shouted, "Jinji! Chen Yang is calling you." Jiyu Jin gave a start and nearly slipped down from above. He shoved Ding Dao's face away and frowned as he poked his head out to ask, "What?" Chen Yang pointed to Ding Dao and said, "Send him away. Sell him and add to your wine budget this month." Jiyu Jin grasped Ding Dao by the neck and said, "He can't sell for much going by this weight." There were movements inside the room, and all three men simultaneously fell silent. After a while, Xiao Qie came out of the room. As he put on his clothes, he swept a glance around, then looked at Ding Dao. Dage will be coming to the capital in a few days. Xiao Qie's lips hurt a little when he spoke. He pressed his tongue against it but gave up quickly. There's no need to submit reports of trivial issues. Ding Dao nodded his head hard, like a little chick pecking at grains. After a moment's pause, Xiao Qie asked, "Why are you still here?" Ding Dao scratched the back of his head in puzzlement. He looked at Chen Yang, then at Jiyu Jin, and finally back at Xiao Qie. He said, "Young master, I'm on duty today." Xiao Qie questioned, "Where's the man I told you to keep an eye on?" Ding Dao said, He already left." Xiao Qie said nothing. When Chen Yang led the horse over, Xiao Qie flipped onto it. Just before he left, he pointed to Ding Dao. "Throw him out." Ding Dao had yet to climb up the horse. Before he could react to Xiao Qie's words, he was already hoisted up by Chen Yang and Ji Yujin. The color drained from his face as he clutched his little book and said, "Please don't. Young master, I did nothing wrong these days." He had already been tossed out. After throwing him out, Chen Yang stepped forward and said, "Master, Shifu should be arriving today." Without saying a word more, Xiao Qie spurred his horse on and headed out of the city. Shun Zechuan did not go to the military drill grounds at Mount Feng. Instead, he braved the snow to return to Jiao Zui Temple. Ji Gang had not seen him for several days, so he rushed to buy roast chicken after letting Shun Zechuan in. It had been a while since Grand Mentor Qi last saw him too. At this moment, he was holding a brush and squinting his eyes to write characters. On seeing Shun Zechuan enter, he hurriedly threw the brush away and called out to him, "Lanju." Shun Zechuan lifted his robe to sit upright opposite Grand Mentor Qi. Grand Mentor Qi said, "The Imperial Bodyguard's deployment order is about to be issued soon, right? Where do you want to go?" Shun Zechuan replied, "The Imperial Carriage's office. Close to the Emperor." Grand Mentor Qi nodded. On seeing the wound on Shun Zechuan's lips, he switched the topic and asked, "Has something happened outside lately?" After a moment of silence, Shun Zechuan said, "Now that His Majesty has Hai Liangyi to protect him, I fear that even a hopeless case can pose as a pillar of the state, much like a rotten wood pretending to be a beam. For back then, when I saved Xiao, it was because the ascension of His Majesty to the throne was a foregone conclusion. Killing him would, on the contrary, mess up the chessboard. A messed up chessboard is nothing. What's to be feared is a messed up heart and mind." Grand Mentor Qi looked at him. "Have you gained any new perspectives all these days you were staying by Xiao II's side?" Shun Zechuan wiped the ink stains on his fingertips and thought for a long time before saying, "It's too much of a pity for him to be born after Xiao Jiming. It's fine if they can keep him under control in this life, but if they can't." Shun Zechuan looked at Grand Mentor Qi, but did not continue his words. But Grand Mentor Qi said, "Lanju, you still don't get it." Shun Zechuan was slightly stunned. Grand Mentor Qi stood up and paced for 2 steps. Gazing at the snow in the courtyard, he suddenly let out a long sigh. "You killed Ji Lei." Shun Zechuan stopped wiping. In a rare philosophical state, Grand Mentor Qi said, "Lanju, we are both trapped here. We live on hatred, but we mustn't let ourselves be killed by hatred. 5 years ago, you couldn't have done such an utterly ruthless act. But 5 years later, you can already take charge to do such a clean and efficient job of it. I imparted the classics to you, but I don't want you to be manipulated by hatred. It's hard to be righteous when you take the lives of the living. You won't be able to turn back if you fall too far. Without exorcising your inner demons, you will forever be trapped in a nightmare. Ji Lei deserves death, and it's still death for him even if you end him in 1 slash. Think about your days in Duanzhou. I have no wish to see you walk a cold-blooded and cold-hearted path. You said it's a pity Xiao Qie was born after Xiao Jiming. What I'm going to tell you is the exact opposite. Just imagine for a moment that Ji Mu is the hereditary prince of Libei today. Can there be no other reason for him to leave you in Kudu other than a lack of alternatives? The sharp edge of a treasured sword comes only by honing it. Xiao Qie is a sword. He has yet to notice it himself, but his elder brother has, for many years, placed high hopes on him. Libei has never been stingy with praises that he deserves either. If he's a son without a use, 5 they would have chosen to dote on him to make him happy. But Xiao Jiming not only took him to battles, he even gave him a free hand in leading the troops. Since he's already left with no room for retreat, then was his handing over his younger brother really just to make him miserable? 5 years ago, in Libei, Xiao Qie did not know how to exercise restraint, but now, he has already learned how to rein in his arrogance and willfulness. Everything learned from word of mouth can be superficial, it's only those you come to understand through your own sufferings that are the real masterstroke. Xiao Jiming is a great elder brother. Being born after Xiao Jiming is never the most pitiful thing about Xiao Qie. Lanju, this brotherly sentiment should be something you understand the most. Yet it has now become the brotherliness you understand the least. Grand Mentor Qi paused for a long time, looking somewhat gloomy and depressed. Then he looked at Shun Zichuan again and kneeled to pat Shun Zichuan slowly on the head with his wizened palm. Teacher taught you the classics and gave you the courtesy name Lanju. Unruffled is the orchid 6 that grows on stone steps. Boundless is the horizons of the boat 7 that crosses the sea of misery. Wide is the heart that accommodates 100 rivers, and broad is the vision that encompasses 1,000 lakes. You're a good child. Killing is merely a means to an end. 8 Hatred may be hard to eliminate, but your heart must never change. 9 Lanju, oh Lanju, don't you still have your Shifu and teacher? Why must you force yourself into such a corner? It may not be a bad idea to just voice out your unhappiness these 5 years. Shun Zichuan stared blankly at Grand Mentor Qi. 25 years ago, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince left. How I long every day, and resent every night, for not being able to take that blow for him, to kill the enemy with my own hands. I stewed in resentment until I turned into this state. I became your teacher. Grand Mentor Qi choked a little with emotion. I want you to kill my enemy for me. But I can't have you turn into a blade who has forgotten who you are. You are a person, Lanju. Don't forget your carefree days in Duanzhou. Although Jimu died, he didn't die because of you. It's heaven's decree. What is past is past. You did not escape and survived the Chashi sinkhole to shoulder a sin. You are the continuation of existence for him, for those 40,000 soldiers. Silly child, Ji Gang has been so careful, so how did he still let you lead yourself so astray that you'd blame the wrong person? Shun Zichuan closed his eyes. He heard Jimu's calls, and he thought of Xiao Qie's scent. At this very moment, he finally understood why he was so infatuated with that scent. That was the brilliance of the scorching sun, the light that could allow him to escape from the Chashi sinkhole. Even if it were only for a moment, it would allow him to forget the tides of blood and the rain of arrows, to forget the cold and the corpses. He could no longer remember the days in Duanzhou. They were too distant. So distant that they seemed to be the memories of his past life. He could no longer even recall Jimu's heartily laughing face. He had plunged into a nightmare, tormenting himself every single moment. Jimu was dead. Kang Ji loves Lianin at Kangji. Net, why wasn't he the one to die that day? The fact that his Shifu did not blame him was the greatest reproach of all. What he could not struggle free of was the sense of guilt that would haunt him for a lifetime. There was no way he could tell Grand Mentor Qi candidly that, with the passage of time, he had finally killed off himself. Xiao Qie was the reflection on the other end who had everything he did not have. He observed Xiao Qie, clumsily trying to imitate him so that he could let himself look more like a person. He could not tell anyone that the Shun Zichuan living in this body was a repulsive killer. He was already standing at the edge of the abyss. Shun Zichuan lowered his eyes under Grand Mentor Qi's palm like a child respectfully listening to his teachings. He listened devoutly. Yet, it was in this very instant that he realized he was no longer able to shed tears. His throat throbbed slightly. Eventually, he said, feeling comforted, "It's as teacher said." 3 days later, the Imperial Bodyguard's deployment order was announced. Han Cheng, the original assistant commander of the 8 Great Training Divisions, was transferred over to be the Imperial Bodyguard's commander-in-chief, while staff from the Imperial Bodyguard's 12 offices were reassigned. Shun Zichuan was redeployed from the Domesticated Elephants Office to the Imperial Carriages Office, and Ji Qingqing was promoted from company commander to judge. Shun Zichuan's new waist token had the word Emperor's entourage. The Imperial Carriages Office was a great place to go, since being close to the Emperor would make it easiest for him to get into the Emperor's good graces. Xiao Qie, originally the Imperial Army's viceroy, also took on the post of the 8 Great Training Divisions commander, thereby legitimizing his authority over the patrols of Kudu. After that one night, he welcomed Zhuo Qianqiu and stayed at the military drill grounds in Mount Feng. Even until the time Shun Zichuan left the Imperial Army's residence, both men never saw each other again. "Master." Chen Yang attended to Xiao Qie at the latter's side and said in a soft voice, the original arrangement was the Domesticated Steeds Office. Who would have expected it to be the Imperial Carriages Office when the deployment order was issued? Xiao Qie was solving a Chinese rings puzzle. 11. His hand movements slowed as he said, that could only mean he didn't care for it. Chen Yang said, but isn't going to work in the Emperor's presence makes it much easier for him to meet with misfortune that'll cost him his life. Secretariat Elder Hai was the one who urged the former emperor to kill him back then, demanding repayment right on the crux of the matter. His heart is not on carrying out his duties lawfully. Xiao Qie tossed away the rings and said, Ji Lei is dead. Han Cheng is a stand-in from the 8 great training divisions. The imperial bodyguards is now without a master. What do you think he wants to do by stepping up now? Chen Yang pondered for a moment and said, if he succeeds. Xiao Qie looked towards the military drill grounds. Then he will have his claws and fangs. 12 Chen Yang did not venture to speak. A little while later, Xiao Qie continued, the Ji clan dominates the imperial bodyguards. He has Ji Gang as his shield. It's simply effortless for him to move up using past relationships and old sentiments as his blade. Although we can't get our men in, we can limit his chances. There has to be a justification for getting a promotion and riches. If nothing goes wrong before the emperor, then he can be held back from making any moves. Since the imperial army now has the responsibility of patrolling, then why trouble the imperial bodyguards? Chen Yang said, this subordinate understands it now. Xiao Qie drank a mouthful of water, thought for a moment, then said, pick a low-key place and lay the table for a feast. Him and I, we'll pick our fights and we'll still have our meals. He pursed the part of his lips that had been bitten. After all, we could be considered fellow disciples of the same school of martial arts. Chapter 42, Red Plum Blossoms. Chapter 42, Red Plum Blossoms. Xiao Qie fixed the date for the feast before the banquet of 100 officials. Chen Yang went to deliver the invitation, but Ji Qingqing was the one who came to receive it. Lanju has been on duty in the emperor's presence lately. He doesn't have any free time, so I'll receive this on his behalf. Ji Qingqing kept away the invitation. Once he was done exchanging conventional greetings with Chen Yang, he said, the imperial army now has the world at its feet. I suppose Deputy General Chen is busy as well. The viceroy has been working hard on official documents every day. As men who follow and serve him, there's no such thing as being busy. Chen Yang drank the tea and said, Ji Xiong received a blessing out of misfortune this time and was promoted to judge. Your future is bright. That's truly impressive. Both men feigned civility as they spoke cordially with one another and tried their best not to disgrace themselves. Conflicts had arisen between the imperial bodyguards and imperial army lately, resulting in some discord. They were now at a point where they would loathe each other on sight. It was only when his cup was changed to a fresh cup of tea that Chen Yang got up to say his farewell. Ji Qingqing saw him out, and Shen Zichuan, who was inside, lifted the curtain to walk out. This invitation came at a bad time. Ji Qingqing handed the invitation to him. Are you really going? Why not? Shen Zichuan opened the invitation and saw Xiao Qie's forceful and bold calligraphy. Xiao II's inhibition of the imperial bodyguards is building up momentum these days. Our missions keep getting intercepted by the imperial army. Furthermore, he has the trust and favor of the emperor. If he were to do something right this moment, Ji Qingqing's voice trailed off. What he wants to do couldn't be any more obvious. Shen Zichuan closed the invitation. He wants to suppress the imperial bodyguards and turn Kudu into a territory under his control so that His Majesty only has his imperial army to rely on. As to be expected, he will still deal a few more blows to the imperial bodyguards. Exactly. It's too risky at present to take Uncle Ji along to the feast. Ji Qingqing said. Shen Zichuan offhandedly tossed the invitation onto the table and said, this involves Wu Qianqiu. He won't lay a trap here. Ji Qingqing still did not feel too reassured. The wound on Shen Zichuan's lips had healed. He put on his overcoat and said, I'm going out for a while. Shen Zichuan waded through the snow and headed out. The snow was not heavy today, but the wind was strong. He arrived at Donglong Street and made his way to Ohua Pavilion at the opposite corner of Shangyun Villa. Shi Hongxian had recently composed some classical poems. The tunes on the music scores were handed to the courtesans on Donglong Street to sing, and it unexpectedly turned into a grand occasion. Best of all, He had hollowed out the ground at the foot of Ohua Pavilion stage and filled it with open-mouthed copper jars with only a layer of wooden plank spread out on top. At the same time, he also bought a new batch of young girls from Jueshi. After training them for many days, he secured bells on their ankles, so that when they danced on the stage with their wooden clogs stepping out a rhythm, the sounds of the bells would merge into the copper jars. It was ethereal and wonderful. At present, those on the stage were still singing Shi Hongshuan's poem. Grasping his folding fan, he reclined against a rattan chair on the third floor and listened with closed eyes. A maidservant did not make any sound as she stepped on the woolen rug wearing only plain socks. She kneeled outside the bead curtain and said softly, "Second master, the guest has arrived." Without opening his eyes, Shi Hongxian shut his fan. "Lianin at Kangji." Net the maidservant rose to her feet and lifted the curtain for Shun Zichuan. Shun Zichuan entered and saw another girl kneeling at Shi Hongshuan's feet to massage his legs for him. "Invite young Master Shun to take a seat." Shi Hongxian was still tapping out a rhythm as he focused on the singing. The kneeling girl shuffled over on her knees and attempted to help Shun Zichuan take off his shoes. Shun Zichuan raised a hand to stop her and sat down on a chair. It was only when the tune ended that Shi Hongxian sat up. As he drank his tea, he pointed at the girl with his fan and said, "She's new and untainted." Shun Zichuan did not look at her. Shi Hongxian laughed. Looking at him, he said, "Don't tell me you've really involved yourself with Xiao II. What? You still want to keep yourself chaste for him?" The hair on Shun Zichuan's temples looked as if they were soaked in ink, yet in this warm room, the contrast made his facial features seem distant. It gave him an otherworldly aura. He said, "Since you've called me here, then cut the chatter." Shi Hongxian spread open his folding fan. With his obese body crammed into the rattan chair, he said, "We are buddies. I see you having a hard time staying by Xiao II's side, so I called you here today to let you have a good time. If we were to speak of being pitiful, then you, Shen Lanju, wins hands down. Xiao II gave you a kick in the past, sowing the seeds of illness and making you chronically sick and frail. And now you still have to pretend to be chummy with him. He is really your nemesis." "That's right." Shun Zichuan did not evade the topic. He seemed resigned. "He's such a jerk. But from how I see it, he doesn't seem to be planning to leave the imperial bodyguards any leeway." Shi Hongxian said. "Lanju, looks like your pillow talk didn't really sway him. You are a besotted man." Shun Zichuan accepted the warm handkerchief the girl presented to him to wipe his hands. A smile at the turn of his eyes, and that coolness he wore when he stepped through the door vanished without a trace and subconsciously embellished his usual expression. "You think of your dear sister-in-law with such perseverance and consistency. After bedding her once, you shower her with favor and love her to bits. But it's just a one-night stand between Xiao and me. How could it be considered love? So what you're saying is," Shi Hongxian picked up the chopsticks, "you're just having a fling. Even having a fling is an art." Shun Zichuan said, "Everyone tumbled in bed once, each with his own needs. It's over once the merrymaking is done. If you keep thinking of it every day, then it wouldn't be purely a fling anymore, would it?" Shi Hongxian clasped his hands and laughed out loud. He said, well, what a fine Lanju. I was afraid he might have you by the balls, and you'd forget that we are the ones who are comrades in the same boat. Here, come and taste this dish. These are wild vegetables delivered with the greatest urgency from Qinju. It's good stuff that even the imperial kitchen doesn't have." Both men picked the dishes to sample. Shi Hongxian said, "This Xiao II is truly something else. No one paid him any attention in the past, and then he showed his true mettle in the autumn hunt. Now he can't hide it anymore, so he simply charges head-on with disregard to obstacles posed by the others. He took over the military affairs of the 8th Great Training Divisions, yet handed all the key positions to his trusted aides. As a result, none of the 8 great clans has any real power. But he kept up his pretenses so flawlessly that no one could get any dirt on him at all. Tell me, doesn't that piss you off? Isn't that hateful?" Shun Zichuan saw a dish of shredded cucumbers on the table, but he did not touch any of it. He said, "Xiao burned all his boats at the Nanlin hunting grounds. He staked it all on the chance that His Majesty will remember their friendship and let him go. But this hope was all in vain, much like drawing water with a sieve. What's more, he ended up being closely watched by the 6 ministries. He can't turn back time, so he could only ensure that he holds real military power in Kudu. Compared with the 8 great training divisions, the Imperial Army is like fireflies and the bright moon. They are useful, but not that useful. It hasn't been easy for him to finally gain the upper hand now. Naturally, he will not pass up the opportunity. In the past, there was still Pan Rugi in the 24 Yamen, and the Eastern Depot could, no matter what, take him down a notch. But now that Pan Rugi is dead, the Eastern Depot has gone into decline too. Fine then, there's really no one in such a big kudu who can beat him, Xiao Xian. Shi Hongxian took a bite of the food and said, I've not been in His Majesty's favor these days. His Majesty now listens to Hai Liangyi, having made up his mind to be a wise monarch of a golden age. He's no longer that willing to play with me now. Shun Zichuan finished his food and said unhurriedly, a person who has lived for over 20 years would have already formed a fixed temper. If a mere few words can make him mend his ways, then nothing else in this world will be difficult. Shi Hongxuan's chopsticks paused. He said, You mean, Hai Liangyi is a gentleman among gentlemen. Shun Zichuan set aside his chopsticks. He's like the water so crystal clear you can see its bottom. His encounter with the current emperor is like water coming into contact with hot oil. Sooner or later, it will explode and splatter all over. Xue Xiuzhua has long reached this position, but why isn't he willing to go further? Grand Secretariat, isn't it? It's not like he isn't qualified. What the central administration lacked right this moment are precisely talents. Shi Hongxian mulled it over in silence. Shun Zichuan said, Now that foreign enemies are before us, how can the 8 great clans still stand divided and do things their own ways? You have already become the head of the Shi clan. As they said, fortunes rise and fall. Now that the opportunity is within reach, don't tell me you're going to let it go. Shi Hongxian set aside his chopsticks. He wiped his sweat with his handkerchief and looked at Shun Zichuan to ask, You want me to contact the 8 great clans and get them to join forces to deal with Xiao II? Shun Zichuan said, Xiao is only just one of them. Nowadays, the civil officials are in favor. Consequently, the Imperial College looks to be on the up and up. Within a few years, the sons of common birth from humble families will enter the official ranks one after another. When that happens, what's going to happen to all the precious sons of the 8 great clans who are used to loafing around? If the poor rise in power, leading to an emergence of new nobles, then second young master 3 the 8 great clans will no longer be the 8 great clans. Shi Hongxian said, Even so, this is too thorny an issue. Leaving everything else aside, that Yarrow Wenyu will never agree. His Hai Liangyi student, one whom Hai Liangyi himself personally instructs. These years, he has traveled over the world for his studies and made the acquaintance of countless talents and sages. He definitely won't form an alliance with us. Shun Zichuan said with a smile, 8 great clans just mean the 8 great clans. There's no reason for it to be just these 8 clans. If the Yarrow clan doesn't cut it, then just change to another one. Shi Hongxian did not eat anymore. He pushed aside his chair and walked around the room. After some time, he looked at Shun Zichuan. But do you have any way to keep Xiao II still? If he wants to protect the emperor, then he won't just sit and do nothing. I'm not worried if it's just him. But there's the Libe armored cavalry standing behind him. With Xiao Jimming around, Xiao Xian can't be touched nor harmed. He's too tough to deal with. Xiao Jimming is formidable, but his power and prestige all lie at the frontier. Shun Zichuan propped up his head. The eyes under the shadows could not be seen clearly. He gave Shi Hongxian one last push. Kudu is your place. As they said, a mighty dragon is no match for a serpent in its territory. 4 ways are aplenty if you want Xiao to be too up to his neck dealing with his own affairs to interfere. Shi Hongxian was so deep in thought that he did not realize that Shun Zichuan had said your and not our. He asked, What ways? Shun Zichuan let out a soundless laugh and said, Xiaoya's influence depends entirely on His Majesty's trust. They have been buddies for many years with merry days of drinking behind them. What's more, Xiao has saved his life. So there's indeed nothing to be done about it for a moment. But things like friendship are just like autumn dew hanging on branches. It'll be gone once you leave it out to dry under the full, blazing sun. Shi Hongxian looked at Shen Zichuan. He recalled Ji Lei on that rainy night, and all the mountain games and wild vegetables he had swallowed earlier churned in his stomach. He forcibly braced himself so that he would betray nothing in his expression and said with a smile, "Since you have got it all worked out, then tell me." After Shen Zichuan left, Shi Hongxian lay back on the rattan chair and got the waiters to clear the table. It was a challenge for him to turn over, so he needed someone to help him. He felt alarmingly stifled for no reason and had the men open the windows. Xue Xiuzhua came out from the partitioned-off area. Shi Hongxian lamented, "You heard it too, right?" Fortunately, he was born as Shen Wei's son. If he were to rise in power, he would be even more difficult to deal with than Xiao II. To use someone, you have to use the right method. Xue Xiuzhua poured tea. There is no one in this world who has no desires and wants. Shen Lanju has his weaknesses too. As long as we have a grasp on it, then even the most vicious dog is nothing to be feared. But we can't find any. Shi Hongxian tapped the center of his forehead with his fan. Look at how callous he is towards Xiao II. It's obvious he turned his back on him after getting off the bed. Humiliation and flattery don't work on this kind of Evilders. You can't even threaten him. Xue Xiuzhua swallowed the tea, smiled, and said in a gentle and refined manner, "What's the hurry? Just do as he says. Success or not, it's all a disaster for Xiao II. When the time comes, he will expose his own true motives." Shen Zichuan headed downstairs, but did not rush to leave. The procuress greeted him. She only knew he was Shi Hongxuan's honored guest, so she fawned on him and said, "What's master looking at?" Looking cannot be compared to trying them out in person. Shen Zichuan sized up the gorgeously dressed courtesans and asked, "Do you have male courtesans?" The procuress twisted her body around and said to the person behind her, "Lead this master upstairs and get a few clean, tender-faced boys to serve him." Shen Zichuan sat in the room for a short while before 3 male courtesans entered. He swept a glance at them. They were all neatly tidied up. The procuress was astute and knew how to choose appearances. After looking through the entire building, she could not find anyone who was more gorgeous than Shen Zichuan, so she took the unconventional gambit of sending him delicate-looking youths. The boys stepped forth to take off Shen Zichuan's shoes, but Shen Zichuan slightly shifted his feet away. Thus, they kneeled and did not dare to move again. Shen Zichuan gazed out of the window. After a while, he said, "Strip." The 3 of them obediently shed off their clothes. Shen Zichuan looked at those fair shoulders when they were midway through stripping, but from start to end, his heart remained as calm as still water. He then looked at their hands. Each looked like girls' hands, as if they had led pampered lives. There were no calluses on their hands. And they were not wearing thumb rings either. Shen Zichuan slowly breathed out a sigh and rose to his feet. Without even bothering to announce his departure, he pushed the door open and left, leaving behind the 3 male courtesans to look at each other in astonishment. Ding Dao had been following Shen Zichuan. Seeing him finally walk out of Ohua Pavilion, he meticulously jotted down a note in the little book that was now crumpled from being clutched by him. By the time he was done recording, he saw Shen Zichuan merging into the crowd. Ding Dao did not dare to be negligent, so he hurriedly chased after Shen Zichuan and followed him at a safe distance. Shen Zichuan was not really walking that fast, yet, in just a blink of an eye, he disappeared. Ding Dao let out an exclamation of surprise and hurried over, only to have his path blocked by a tall and sturdy man wearing a bamboo hat. As soon as he neared the other party, he knew that this was a man well versed in martial art. It was jam-packed with people all around. Ding Dao did not wish to hurt them, so he endured it and did not act out. This, consequently, allowed Shen Zichuan to shake him off. He shook a fist, but then he felt a sense of familiarity from that tall and sturdy man earlier. The snow intensified as soon as it was dark. The tall and sturdy man walked for some distance while holding down his bamboo hat. But the moment he turned, he entered a blind alley. Shen Zichuan stood behind him and cast a glance at him. He said, "You've been following me for half a month. What do you want?" The tall and sturdy man pressed his bamboo hat lower, but let out a laugh and said, "How sharp. To think you noticed it early on. Your breath-concealing skills are outstanding." Shun Zichuan said. "Didn't you teach me some tricks yourself? You disappear without a trace the moment you are released from prison, so that they chase after you out of kudu. You sure have gone to great pains." The man lifted his bamboo hat to reveal a face with stubble. Xiao Tianya blew at the wisp of hair before his forehead and said, "It'd have been fine for you to lure me into a wine shop. Do we have to stand here and talk? Jade rabbits are hard to catch." Shun Zichuan looked at him for a moment and said, "Should I call you Xiao Tianya? Or Song Yu? Lianin at Kangji. Net as you please." Xiao Tianya said, "Call me Xiao Tianya, and we'd be acquaintances. Call me Song Yu, and you'd be my master. Your Excellency is a capable man. How did you come to bow down and submit to my teacher?" Shun Zichuan asked. "What can I do?" Xiao Tianya let out a self-mocking laugh. "I owe my life to Grand Mentor Qi, and I have to repay it by toiling hard like an ox or a horse for him for the rest of my life. So the reason everything went smoothly at the hunting grounds that night," Shun Zichuan said, "was because of your help. Taking you as my master means that it's your cues I'm taking." Xiao Tianya said, "You originally wanted to kill the Prince of Chu that night, but you didn't expect Xiao II to be so bold as to stuff him right before the imperial bodyguards to dupe them and lead them on a wild goose chase. However, you are quick-witted. You could actually even seize the opportunity to give Xiao II a helping hand. That's all the capability I have," Shun Zichuan said. Xiao Tianya patted the snow off his shoulders and said, "I'll follow you in the future, master. If there's meat to eat in the future, don't forget to give me a bowl of soup to drink. I'm much easier to provide for than those guards of Xiao II. Ding Dao is young." Shun Zichuan threw the money pouch at him in passing. "Chen Yang and Jiyu Jin are the ones who are the tough nuts." Xiao Tianya took the money and said, "You have gotten such a clear handle on Xiao II. But he is still thinking about how you've saved his life." Shun Zichuan smiled. "You really want to follow him, huh?" "I'm a guard with unwavering loyalty." Xiao Tianya innocently raised his hands. "If Xiao II is willing to buy me for 1,000 gold, I'll naturally be willing to go through fire and water 5 for him." Shun Zichuan said, "A pity it's already crowded around him. How would there be any place left for you?" "My littler master," Xiao Tianya tilted his head and squinted an eye to say, "has a truly vicious mouth." Shun Zichuan put on a "you flatter me" expression. "But this line," Xiao Tianya grinned, "is applicable to both of us." 8 days later, Shun Zichuan and Ji Gang arrived as planned. Ding Dao had obviously made his complaint known. Jiyu Jin, who did not drink today, stood outside the door. From a distance away, he saw Xiao Tianya, who was following behind Shun Zichuan. Ding Dao immediately tiptoed and whispered, "Jinji, that's him. He's the one." Shun Zichuan and Ji Gang were led through the door by Chen Yang. Xiao Tianya naturally had to remain outside. But he did not have that self-awareness, and his leg that was about to stride forward was blocked by Jiyu Jin. "I heard you stood in this lad's path a few days ago." Jiyu Jin looked at the bamboo hat with sharp eyes. "What kind of hero are you for bullying a child?" Ding Dao snorted with righteous indignation and parroted, "What kind of hero?" Xiao Tianya burst out laughing. He backhandedly took off his bamboo hat and said with a cheeky grin, "Aren't we here for a meal tonight? So why are we still going to fight? It's the first time I've seen this little buddy here. Bro, have you gotten the wrong person?" Ding Dao let out an exclamation and fumed, "How can you say that? I wouldn't mistake you for someone else." Jiyu Jin stopped Ding Dao and faced Xiao Tianya. 2 men of almost the same height came face to face until they were almost bumping against one another. Jiyu Jin said, "Today is not the right time. Let's set a date for later." "I'm not free." Xiao Tianya tugged at that wisp of hair before his forehead and threw Jiyu Jin a provocative smile. "After all, my master only has me. Where on earth would I have that much free time to raise a younger brother for fun?" Jiyu Jin coldly spat out a mouthful of saliva and said, "Tell me your name. There will be plenty of occasions for us to meet in the future. This humble servant is Qiao Yeye." Qiao Tianya tapped his temple at Ding Dao with 2 fingers. Also known as Shaosong, 6 Chen Yang led Shen Zichuan and Ji Gang inside. This courtyard was deep. They passed the Chaos Hu Veranda 7 and stepped through a moon gate 8 to the elegant view of an entire courtyard full of red plum blossoms. Xiao Qie was standing under a tree waiting when Shen Zichuan stepped in. They exchanged glances for a fleeting second, but before that subtle feeling could be conveyed, both men simultaneously averted their gazes. Xiao Qie welcomed Ji Gang and greeted him with a smile. Please excuse me for not going out to meet Shishu even though Shishu has braved the snow to come here. The wine and dishes have been prepared. Shifu has been waiting inside for a long time. Ji Gang looked at Xiao Qie and stopped him from paying his respects. He said, your Shifu has broken away from the Ji clan over 20 years ago, and your martial arts now has a distinctive style of its own. Since we aren't from the same school of martial arts, there is no need to be overly polite. Xiao Qie said, our martial arts can be traced to the same origin, and so that means we are from the same school. It's all thanks to the initiation of the Ji clan fist style that I could master the blend of martial arts from various clans today. I've long heard of Shishu's reputation, and I admire Shishu for it. So no matter what, this respect must be paid. Xiao Qie bowed in respect and led Ji Gang inside. He did not forget to turn his head and said to Shen Zichuan, Lanju and I have not seen each other for a long time, too. Shen Zichuan strode through the door and said with a smile, Shixiang has such power and influence now. You must be busy. We are from the same school of martial arts. Xiao Qie said in a neutral tone. I'll have to leave some time aside for you no matter how busy I am. How would it do for you to delay your work because of me? Shen Zichuan said, I've been on idle duties every day lately, and this is already all thanks to Shixiang for looking out for me. With pleasure. Xiao Qie lifted the curtain. If you want to be busy, just come to me. I will sweep the couch clean to await you any time. Shen Zichuan's nape started aching when he heard the word couch. There seemed to be a lingering heat at those spots where he had been bitten before. It was so scalding that his smile faded. Zhuo Qianqiu was dressed in a wide-sleeved robe with slanting collars, with white hair pulled up into a bun. He did not look like a refined scholar or an awe-inspiring general. He was clearly several years older than Ji Gang, yet he looked younger than Ji Gang. If he had to be described, then it would be that he had an otherworldly aura to him. It seemed that the rumors in the martial fraternity of him becoming a monk were not totally groundless. Zhuo Qianqiu turned around and saw Ji Gang. Ji Gang was dressed in short-length plain cotton clothing 10 with a thick jacket. He stood there, with a disfigured face, and looked at him. In an instant, the past came surging forth. Cheers and laughter of youths rang close in his ears, but the man before him was already old and white-haired. Xiao Qie broke the silence and said, both Shifu shall have their meals in here, while Lanju and I shall wait outside. Chuana, fasten your overcoat properly. Ji Gang looked lonely as he turned sideways and urged Shen Zichuan, come in if you feel cold. Shen Zichuan nodded. Lianin at Kangji. Zhuo Qianqiu said, Ayi, take care of your shidi. Xiao Qie smiled in acknowledgement, and both men retreated out. It's cold outside, yet it's a rare clear night. Shen Zichuan descended the stairs and saw the deep woods of red plum blossoms. There was a bridge within. This courtyard was so refined it did not seem to be Xiao Qie's style. This courtyard was bought with money from the Yarrow clan. Xiao Qie seemed to know what Shen Zichuan was thinking. He stood behind Shen Zichuan and raised his hands to brush aside the red plum blossoms to reveal the surrounding clear stream. Pretty. And expensive too. And you still bear to part with the money. Shen Zichuan did not look back. Xiao Qie bumped lightly into Shen Zichuan's back with his chest and raised a hand to cover the top of Shen Zichuan's head. He leaned in close to Shen Zichuan's ear and said flippantly, red plums blanketed in snow. Fragrance enveloped Lanju. His smile's worth 1,000 gold. You must have even put up your pants as collateral. Shen Zichuan really began to smile slowly. I had to spend a sum, yes. But Yarrow Wenyu was already selling it at a low price. Xiao Qie paused and continued, you ran pretty fast. To avoid me, you've spent a lot of effort too. It's not that I'm avoiding you. Shun Zichuan lifted his finger to push away Xiao Qie's palm. But is there an important matter we need to discuss face to face? Xiao Qie smiled and said with a little ruthlessness thrown in, can't you dote on your second young master a little after bedding him? Shun Zichuan took a few steps forward to leave Xiao Qie's chest, then turned to scrutinize Xiao Qie without saying a word. In this starry night adorned with plum blossoms, both men finally, in retrospect, came to understand something. Xiao Qie discovered that what he had grabbed that night was water. Once it flowed past, it was really gone. Shun Zichuan was not even the slightest reluctant to leave. After the frenzy of biting and tearing at each other, that lingering heat had also ended up buried under the colors of the night. In the ecstasy where Shun Zichuan had raised his neck in intoxication, he had not seared him, Xiao Xian, into his memories at all. Once again, Xiao Qie distinctly realized one thing. He was the only one who was defeated by lust that night. I advised you before. Shun Zichuan raised his fingers to hold down the plum blossom's branch and said bewitchingly to Xiao Qie that it'd be best not to bite this nape. Bedroom pleasure, Xiao Qie revealed a frivolous smile. Is not something I can do alone. The greatest difference between you and me is desire. You are covered in desire all over. You spare no effort to hide your wild ambitions. A nape is merely one of the minor adversities. You hold me back, wanting to resist it, wanting to defeat it, but in the end, you still lose to it. But Xian. Shun Zichuan plucked a plum blossom, tore the petal, and delivered it to his mouth. I don't even have lust. So how are you going to pit yourself against me? Xiao Qie drew a step closer and grabbed Shun Zichuan's flower-holding hand. He bent over to press in close to him and said breezily, what is one time? So boring. We should do it a few more rounds. You couldn't use those courtesans from Ohua Pavilion, and you didn't dare to touch those boys too. You pretend to be a celibate and aloof sage. But I wasn't the one who gasped and panted so delicately that night. Xiao Qie pulled Shun Zichuan's hand to his lips, pressed against it dangerously, and scoffed. It's true I've lost to lust. But if you are that steadfast, then why did you try stirring up a storm under the sheets 11 with me? Shun Lanju, you are much more afraid of succumbing to desire than I am, aren't you? Chapter 43, Atlas. Chapter 43, Atlas. After 3 bouts of drinking in the house, much of the sense of estrangement had dispersed. Although they still had not warmed up to each other, it was already more than enough for them to have a chat over wine. Ji Gang removed the muffler around his neck and took a sip of wine. When Zhuo Qianqiu saw the burn marks on his exposed neck too, he could not help but ask, back then, the Biancha cavalry invaded Duanzhou. How did you end up in this state? Ji Gang twirled his wine cup around and smiled. Shen Wei beat such a quick retreat that Duanzhou did not even hold out for a day. The horses of the Biancha cavalry were too fast, and my legs aren't as fast as they used to be, so how could I have escaped? At that time, I was already ready to fight to the death. At this point, he thought of Hua Pingting and could not help but choke with emotion. He turned his head aside and rubbed his face. He did not continue. Zhuo Qianqiu downed the cup of wine and said, Shen Wei deserved to be killed. It wasn't just Shen Wei who deserves death. Ji Gang said bitterly, the defeat of the Zhongbo troops was so fishy. For the blame to be pushed to Shen Wei alone means that they were certain he wouldn't survive. Zhuo Qianqiu said, you have been away from Kudu for a long time. How can you be so sure that Shen Wei was a scapegoat? 5 years ago, when Chuan entered the capital, someone plotted against him while he was in the imperial prison. Ji Gang said, at that time, Shen Wei was already dead. Yet someone still wanted to wipe out his family to eradicate potential sources of trouble. Why? Wasn't it precisely because they wanted to silence him? Zhuo Qianqiu drank his wine in silence. After a while, he said, now that they are all dead, I'm afraid it won't be easy to relaunch a thorough investigation into the defeat of Zhongbo troops. Is your disciple thinking of seeking revenge for Shen Wei? The wine had already gotten to Ji Gang's head. These 5 years, he had completely abstained from drinking, and he could be said to have broken his vow of abstinence tonight for Zhuo Qianqiu. Holding on to the table edge for support, he sneered, revenge. Why would Chuan want to seek revenge for Shen Wei? Zhuo Qianqiu, how can you be as narrow-minded as they are? Are you telling me that everyone in the world with the surname Shen is guilty of sin? Chuana has grown up. He's sensible enough to know better, and he can tell right from wrong. He and Shen Wei just happened to be born as father and son. Other than that body of flesh he got from Shen Wei, they have nothing to do with each other. Why are all of you pushing him into such a corner? Shen Wei is already dead. Shouldn't you look to the Biancha cavalry to avenge this so-called blood feud of Zhongbua? Ji Gang suddenly smashed the wine cup. His chest heaved. Conducting a thorough investigation of the Zhongbua's troops' defeat isn't for anyone, but to get to the bottom of the matter. Why should he be made to bear such a sin? You have been a general too. Haven't you thought of it? 5 years ago, someone could make the Zhongbua's troops suffer a defeat. 5 years later, he could do the same to another place. Back then, the Biancha cavalry could keep up with such a tight pursuit. Would they have been able to do it without inside help and map? Zhuo Qianqiu sighed and said, Gang Di1 please be appeased. Back then, when Jiming rushed over to Zhongbua, the first thing he did was to cut off the main route leading from Zhongbua to Dancheng in order to investigate where the 12 tribes of Biancha's information came from. But the situation was critical at that time. Do you know how difficult it was? All the evidence pointed to Shen Wei. Yet, Shen Wei just had to burn himself to death, leaving behind a son of common birth whom he did not favor. How could anyone not get suspicious? After a moment of silence, Ji Gang said, that kick your disciple gave him almost killed him. Zhuo Qianqiu downed the wine again and said, I won't defend him, but listen. Gang Di, we each have our own experiences, and we each act in accordance with our own wants. Ji Gang sneered and said, sure thing. Just pay lip service and consider it a closed case. Without saying a word more, Zhuo Qianqiu turned over an empty cup and shouted out, "Ay!" The door opened right at once. Zhuo Qianqiu poured wine with one hand and tossed a cup over with the other hand and said, apologize to your Shishu and Shidi. Lianin at Kangji. Net Ji Gang leveled his chopsticks and caught the wine cup on the tip. He said, we were the ones whose skills left much to be desired back then. Chuana, come and make the toast. As soon as the words left his mouth, he turned the wine cup towards Shen Zichuan. Xiao Qie blocked it mid-air and said, Lanju, let's not fight with Shixiang over this, alright? Shen Zichuan lifted his leg to hit Xiao Qie's arm askew. That wine cup wobbled and fell. He said, it's hard for one to defy his Shifu's orders. Shixiang, please give way to me. Both men's palms intersected. Xiao Qie backhandedly pushed back Shen Zichuan's arm. That wine cup was about to hit the ground, but Shen Zichuan extended his leg and lifted it to bring the wine cup up again. There seems to be the sound of the wind as both men exchanged blows. That wine cup rose and dropped, but not even a drop of wine was spilled. Without letting up his chopsticks, Ji Gang ate a few mouthfuls of cold dishes and said, this martial art stance is not imparted from the Ji clan. Zhuo Qianqiu looked at both men and said, that's the Xiao clan's martial arts. It's like a raptor grabbing its prey. Once caught, it'll be hard to break free. Lanju, focus on attacking his lower body to throw him into confusion. Shen Zichuan immediately withdrew his hand and took a step back to throw out a sudden kick. Xiao Qie dodged a little. He wanted to say something to Shen Zichuan, but in the end, he said nothing in the presence of both Shifu. As he parried the blow, he grabbed hold of Shen Zichuan's ankle and took advantage of the obstruction of his body to grope Shen Zichuan's leg along the curve of Shen Zichuan's calf. Then he gently led Shen Zichuan toward himself. How ruthless! Xiao Qie's expression was calm. Your kick makes me too powerless to resist. Being touched by Xiao Qie caused Shen Zichuan to almost lose his balance, and he still had to catch hold of the wine cup. Xiao Qie patiently waited for him to catch the wine cup before he suddenly threw out a punch right in Shen Zichuan's face. Ji Clan fist. Ji Gang's chopsticks paused. He held back for a moment, but in the end, he conceded. No wonder Chuana praised him. This body of his was simply too suitable. His punch was so perfectly executed that even Ji Gang could not find fault with it. Shen Zichuan made a grab for the wine cup with one hand, but it was ill-advised for him to press on and catch hold of it, so he abruptly leaned back. The wind that exploded forth from Xiao Qie's fist swept past his temple. Before he could get up, Xiao Qie strode forward and pressed in towards him. In passing, he lowered the fist he had thrown out and reached inside Sun Zichuan's collar to pinch out the remnant of the plum blossom that Sun Zichuan had bitten earlier. "You've fallen for my trap." Xiao Qie's eyes glinted with mischief as he sent this half of the plum blossom into his mouth. Sun Zichuan wanted to get up, but Xiao Qie thwarted his attempt and raised his head to say quickly, "The wine is spilled." Stunned, Sun Zichuan lifted his head for a look and Xiao Qie grasped hold of his hand and pushed his thumb up along Sun Zichuan's inner wrist to drink up the wine in one toast from Sun Zichuan's hand. "Thank you, Shidi, for the wine." Xiao Qie immediately stepped back and said gentlemanly, "The taste of it leaves a lingering aroma on the buds." The inner side of Sun Zichuan's wrist was still scalding from being stroked by Xiao Qie. He rose to his feet and bowed with a brandish of his sleeves before putting the wine cup back on the table. Ji Gang did not know about the exchange of undercurrents between them. On seeing the outcome, he said, "The difficulty in blending the stances of 100 schools of martial arts is in threading them together into one. You have taught him well." Zhuo Qianqiu said, "He still has a long way to go." Lanju specializes in Ji clan mental techniques. His focus is truly impressive. Both men poured wine again, while Xiao Qie and Sun Zichuan retreated out for the second time. The moment the door closed, Xiao Qie grabbed hold of Sun Zichuan and said, "This bout of drinking won't end tonight. It's cold outside. Let's sit inside the house." The original study of the Yarrow clan was to the north of the corridor. In order to keep the room dry so that the books would not be damaged, a sleeper wall was built underneath. The books had yet to be removed at the moment, and all 4 shelves of the open bookcase were full of antique calligraphy and paintings. Xiao Qie took off his overcoat and sat at the desk with one leg over the other to flip through a book. He said, "This courtyard was originally built by the old master of the Yarrow clan. Plenty of good stuff is hidden here. Yarrow Wenyu doesn't like to play with them, so they have been shelved here all this time and have never been moved before." Sun Zichuan wiped his hands clean before touching the books on the bookshelf. Those from the Yarrow clan loved books. The old master of the Yarrow clan had sorted them out into different categories and arranged them neatly. It had been so long, and yet the pages were still clean. It must have been Xiao Qie who got someone else to take good care of them once he took over the compound. There was not even a speck of dust on them. Both men each stayed at a side. No one spoke again. Sun Zichuan, having kept his eyes open, saw a Hongyang picture book in the local records. He opened it and, sure enough, saw the chorographical map of the Hongyang Mountains. For help with the upcoming text, you can refer to the maps here. Hongyang Mountains were divided into 2 ranges, the east and west. The West Mountain Range passed through Luoxia Pass to connect to Quancheng and separate out Huaizhou. It used to be the line of defense at the borders of Dazhou. Later, Xiao Fengshu expanded the territory and extended the line of defense all the way to the East Mountain Range, thereby shaping Libei's great commandery into the way it was today. Sun Zichuan flipped towards the back and saw a detailed description of the Northeast Provisions Bridle Path. Kudu dispatched to all the granaries in the world, with army provisions mostly transferred from Juesh's Qinju. Deliveries towards the 2 major regions of the north and east could not be done through the waterways, so they could only dig out bridle paths for the specific purpose of transporting provisions. The situation in Chidong was more complicated, whereas Libei's northeast provisions bridle path was clear-cut. Food provisions were transported from Qinju to Yongyi Harbor, 3 from Yongyi Harbor to Kudu, then from Kudu to Quancheng. From Quancheng onwards, they could spur the horses on in a straight line along the northeast provisions bridle path to reach Libei Great Commandery. The Northeast Provisions Bridle Path was an important military supplies transportation route of Libei, guarded by multiple layers of Libei armored cavalry. Even if the emperor himself went, he would not be able to pass through without Xiao Jiming's commanders tally 4 for authorization of passage. All along, the defense of the Northeast Provisions Bridle Path had always been unassailable no matter how brutal the battles at the borders were. Not once had they ever allowed the Biancha cavalry to get close before. In fact, 5 years ago, when the troops of Zhongguo were defeated, the reason Xiao Jiming had been able to deploy troops to the south so swiftly was because the Northeast Provisions Bridle Path just happened to cut across the northwestern side of Zizhou. This gave him the confidence to dispatch his troops right at once. The northeast provisions bridle path. At some point in time, Xiao Qie had leaned over towards him. He swept a few glances down along Sun Zichuan's hands and asked, "Are you interested in the deployment of troops into battles too?" "Nope." Sun Zichuan replied without thinking. "Doesn't matter. Second young master will teach you." Xiao Qie held Sun Zichuan by the wrist and led his finger to slide towards the easternmost Chashi River. "You recognize this place, right? The Chashi River of Zhongbua is Dazhou's easternmost line of defense. Pass through it, and you'd be in the great desert of Bianxia. Come to think of it, it's pretty interesting. All along, Bianxia had only dared to attack the Bianjuan commandery." Sun Zichuan looked down along his finger at the southeast corner of Tianfei Watchtower. There, close to the desert looking like the only breach to Dazhou, was the Bianjuan commandery. Because the Bianjuan commandery is too much of a coincidence. The places above it have Tianfei Watchtower to bar the way, while the places below it have Suotian Pass to block off access from the side. Only the Bianjuan commandery is a strategic point in the southeastern part of Dazhou that cannot make use of the terrain to fortify its defenses. Xiao Qie moved closer and focused on the map. "It's here where the Lu clan defends. You know of Lu Guangbai's title? The reason he's called Fire Beacon amidst blowing sand is because the Lu clan defends tens of thousands of Li 5 of desert fire beacon towers. The Bianxia cavalry are crafty. They like to launch night assaults. Every time they cross swords, Lu Guangbai has to light up the fire beacons. The Bianjuan commandery garrison troops is Dazhou's best infantry for night attacks. They are experts at laying ambushes." Xiao Qie was a little excited by the time he spoke to this point. So he simply held Sun Zichuan's finger and pointed to the Bianjuan commandery. Of the 4 generals in the world, Shifu is the general most skilled in defenses, as necessitated by the terrain of the Tianfei Watchtower, so there is no need to press an attack or dispatch troops. Don't be fooled by how unremarkable the Bianjuan commandery look. In fact, the one best at attrition warfare 6 is Lu Guangbai. Even my eldest brother and Commander-in-Chief Qi aren't as formidable as him when it comes to this. There are no cavalry in the Bianjuan commandery. Sun Zichuan turned his head slightly to the side and cast a glance at him. Xiao Qie smiled. He seemed particularly relaxed at this moment. He said, "Lu Guangbai doesn't need them. His soldiers are the bane of all cavalries. The Lu clan has been standing guard in the desert for generations. The climate is bad, and the wasteland can't be cultivated at all. They are genuinely poor, so they can't afford to raise horses. But even without horses, the battles still need to be fought. So the Lu clan developed a battle array through trials and errors for the specific purpose of resisting cavalries." Sun Zichuan looked back at the map. "By interesting, are you referring to how unusual it was for the Bianxia cavalry to deviate from their usual way of doing things to storm the Chashi River's line of defense 5 years ago?" "That's right." When Xiao Qie was deep in thought, he would turn his thumb ring out of habit. But at this moment, he was holding Sun Zichuan's hand, thus he ended up pinching the latter without seeming to be conscious of this act. "You have to know one thing first. The 12 tribes of Bianxia is a collective title. At the start, there were over 12 tribes of them in the desert. The Huiyang tribe, which has dealings with Libei's mutual trade market, is a small tribe that was driven out of their land rich in water and grass by the other tribes. To survive, they threw in their lot with Dazhou. In short, the current 12 tribes of Bianxia are distinguished between the strong and weak too. They never had a designated sovereign, so they have never been able to come to an agreement with us and could only fight. Actually, each battle fought is a heavy blow to Bianxia. Their strongest tribe, the Hanshi tribe, lies to their north, dealing primarily with the armored cavalry of Libei. While their swiftest Gauma tribe lies to the south, dealing primarily with the garrison troops of the Bianjuan commandery. These are fixed patterns formed over long periods of confrontations, but 5 years ago, the Hanshi tribe and Gauma tribes came together in the middle to deliver a severe blow directly to the Chashi River's line of defense without warning. Xiao Qie paused. Lianin at Kangji. Net, there is only one possibility in such a situation. They had a plan all worked out in advance. Sun Zichuan said. They were sure that Zhongbue could not stop them, and Li Bei and the Bianjuan commandery would not come to the rescue in time. And that was how rumors that Shen Wei had colluded with the enemies came about. Xiao Qie said. It was a very risky thing for them to dive straight in. It won't be easy for them to rely solely on their spoils of war to continue battling 7 in an unfamiliar environment. They are already used to galloping across the desert. To them, combat on the streets is like fighting with their hands and feet bound. Furthermore, the closer they got to Kudu, the more obvious the intent for their troop deployment was. Breaching Kudu was not at all a good choice. Kudu is the heart of Dazhou. Stay here for too long, and they would end up trapped in a 3-way siege from the Li Bei armored cavalry, Chidong 5 commandery's garrison troops, and the 8 great training divisions. Shun Zichuan lowered his eyes. I've never believed that the Bianxia cavalry wanted to attack Kudu. You are too smart. Xiao Qie praised him. He slid Shun Zichuan's finger across the entire map and pointed to Jueshi at the westernmost part. I think they wanted to head here. Jueshi faces the sea. It has 2 major harbors and 3 major grain reserves prefectures. All the military provisions from Li Bei, Kudu, and Chidong come from here. As long as they entered within Jueshi's boundary, they wouldn't even need to attack and take down the cities and towns, and they would already have all 3 parties by the throats. If there were no inside help, then this would be a flight of fancy. Shun Zichuan pondered over it and said, it's just a straight line from east to west from Zhongbue to Jueshi. Crossing through Zhongbue is the shortest route. Shun Wei opened the gates for them and gave them the courage and provisions to continue further in. Without the northeast provisions bridle path, Dage would not be able to send troops for at least another 7 days. 7 days. If the 8 great training divisions failed to defend Kudu, then the Bianxia cavalry would have already arrived at Yongyi Harbor. Xiao Qie said, this was one reason for Li Bei's wrath. There is no room for blatant disregard of ethics in the face of the enemy's forces. We can forgive Shen Wei for the defeat of his troops, but we will never forgive Shen Wei for this stab in the back. Shun Zichuan suddenly turned his head and looked at Xiao Qie in close proximity. What's the matter? Xiao Qie did not intend to release him. Shen Wei colluded with the enemies. Shun Zichuan revealed an odd smile. Shen Wei colluded with the enemy. The 12 tribes of Bianxia wanted to attack Jueshi. But where did Shen Wei get his hands on Jueshi's military map? The Ministry of War has it. Xiao Qie said, money makes the mare go. Bribe them heavily, and you can buy it. In that case, Shun Zichuan said, anyone else besides Shen Wei could have done it. Chapter 44, Night Chat. Chapter 44, Night Chat. That may be so. Xiao Qie lowered his eyes, but the one directly connected to the success or failure on the front line was Shen Wei. The expression in his eyes looked particularly tender and loving when he lowered them this way. The brilliance from earlier had yet to dissipate. It shimmered in his eyes, like fireflies in the night. Shun Zichuan looked at him for a moment and said, the Ministry of War has no personnel transfer these years. Investigate if you want to. Xiao Qie said. I won't stop you. Of course you won't. Shun Zichuan shifted his gaze back to the book. Because you want to investigate too. The most obvious suspect should have been the Hua clan, but Shen Wei was already a tainted blade. There are thousands of simpler ways to dispose of him. Involving too many people would only just make it easier to leave behind a trail that could be used against them. You killed Ji Lei, no? Xiao Qie smiled. He should have given you plenty of information. There is no fun in hiding it away, is there? Lay it out on the table so that we can speculate together. I know everything you have said, yet what I'll be saying is known only to me. Shun Zichuan extracted his hand bit by bit. It's really too unfair a trade. Xiao Qie thought for a moment, then said, how about this then? We'll do a 1-for-1 exchange. Sure. Shun Zichuan said, you go first. Making use of his height, Xiao Qie barricaded Shun Zichuan at the side of the bookshelf and raised a hand to flip through the pages at random. He said, don't you know the rules? Secrets have to be said on the quiet. Shun Zichuan leaned forward and said on the quiet, not said while sticking together. What if the walls have ears? Xiao Qie put the book back, propped up his arm, and smiled at him. After all, I've only just bought this compound. I have yet to acquaint myself with it that well. It's better to exercise caution. Xiao. Shen Zichuan looked at the book. You're truly an asshole. That's right. Xiao Qie said, but what can you do? All right, I'm going to start. Shen Zichuan waited for a moment but did not hear any sound. The moment he turned his head, he realized that Xiao Qie was still looking at him. It was only when both men's breathing intersected that Xiao Qie said, Shen Wei didn't set himself on fire. The fire at the Prince of Jianxing Manor was set by the imperial bodyguards. The one who went there with the orders was Ji Lei. You know that, right? Yes. Shen Zichuan said calmly. It's no secret. Lianin at Kangji. Net then, do you know the real reason for the fall of Duanzhou? Xiao Qie asked. Shen Zichuan could not turn his eyes away. He could not even take his time to ponder over it. Because the instant he could not keep up with Xiao Qie's train of thought, he would easily fall into the other party's trap. Shen Zichuan said, when the Chashi River was attacked, Shen Wei ordered the Duanzhou garrison troops to retreat, leaving behind the hereditary prince, Shen Zhouji, to head over to Chashi River to provide support. Shen Zhouji was cut from the same cloth as his old man. He abandoned the Chashi River soldiers and took his own bodyguards to flee right before the battle, but he was dragged through the public road to his death on the same day itself by the Biancha cavalry. With Shen Zhouji's death, the Chashi River's morale took a beating. After the soldiers were massacred, Duanzhou no longer had any military forces to stand before them. That's right. Xiao Qie said, but there's one thing you don't know. While Shen Zhouji was still alive, he worked with Shen Wei to strangle the commander of the Duanzhou garrison troops, Tan Tai Long, to death. Tan Tai Long Tan Tai Hu. No wonder Tan Tai Hu said that his own brother had been in the Chashi sinkhole too. Shen Zichuan frowned and asked, strangled to death? Because Tan Tai Long insisted on deploying troops to meet the enemy head-on. He repeatedly contradicted Shen Wei in public. After Shen Wei's withdrawal order was issued, Tan Tai Long defied the command and refused to obey. So Shen Wei pretended to make amends with wine. After the drink, he joined forces with Shen Zhouji to strangle Tan Tai Long to death in his room. Xiao Qie paused. Lao Hu doesn't know. He thought Tan Tai Long was killed in battle. And this is the first matter I'm telling you. Your turn. Shen Zichuan quickly sorted out his thoughts and said, Shen Wei was a participant in the struggle for the throne and carried out assassinations for the Empress Dowager. Afterward, he was closely watched by the Empress Dowager. Sensing danger, he bribed Pan Rugi and went to Zhongbua. One mustn't lay a hand on one's watchdog. Xiao Qie said. Under normal situations, the Hua clan would not choose this kind of risky way to take down Shen Wei. There is no benefit to the Empress Dowager, who is already in control of Dazhou's administration and governmental affairs. The demand for money after the battle far exceeded the availability in Dazhou's treasury. The Empress Dowager still wants to be the Grand Emperor one behind the screen. Doing so would be detrimental to herself. Shen Wei wasn't worth the price. Shen Zichuan gave a slight nod of his head and said, so whatever Ji Lei said might not necessarily be entirely right, because he himself was just a pawn too. If you want to investigate this matter, you have to start from the Ministry of War, which could lead you either way to the top or bottom. Xiao Qie said, I'll investigate the top. You investigate the bottom. Top and bottom are all linked, they are inseparable. It was only when Shen Zichuan spoke to this point that he realized that Xiao Qie was making a pass at him. He flipped through the book and feigned obliviousness. With a hint of a smile, Xiao Qie stepped aside and said, take a seat. It was hot inside the house. Xiao Qie was dressed in a scarlet court robe 3 with an embroidered lion. For he was now a bona fide second grade 5 viceroy of 2 armies in Kudu. Presumably, he had headed straight here after leaving the palace and had yet to change out of his attire. His facial features were all the more dashing set against the contrast of his outfit as he sat in the chair. It had even dismissed the frivolous air around him. Both men faced each other across the table. Xiao Qie looked on as Shen Zichuan read the book. He did not even bother to hide it now, and that undisguised interest of his circled Shen Zichuan's neck and settled on Shen Zichuan's hands. He was no longer fixated on one spot, He wanted to see all of Shun Zichuan's body. Shun Zichuan's fingers would bend when he reached out to flip the pages. This made Xiao Qie think of a different moment when Shun Zichuan's fingers, slicked with hot, damp sweat, would also curl up like this to grip the bedding even as they rocked like the surging waves. Shun Zichuan felt as though his fingers were still being grasped and played with in a certain man's palms. Feeling restless out of the blue, he closed the book and looked right at Xiao Qie. Xiao Qie said, "Achem?" Shun Zichuan slightly clasped his fingers together and said with a curve of his lips, "The Imperial Army is bogged down with tasks lately. I'm afraid you won't have the time to investigate other matters." Xiao Qie twirled his thumb ring around and said, "Being busy is just temporary. If the Imperial bodyguards have the time to spare, they can share our Imperial Army's worries and help with our problems. I'm just a mere soldier. I have no official post, nor do I enjoy the trust and favor of the Emperor. How could I command the Imperial bodyguards?" Shun Zichuan leaned back slightly against the back of the chair. The Imperial Army has to manage patrols in Kudu, as well as private cases of the Imperial Court. They have to be prudent in everything they do, while the Viceroy has to go to great pains and expend great effort. It isn't easy. Xiao Qie was truly busy now that he had suppressed the Imperial bodyguards. He could read the provocation in Shun Zichuan's words. So he laced his fingers, set them right before Shun Zichuan, and said with certainty, "You want to create trouble for me. Tit for tat." Shun Zichuan said mildly, "You intercepted all my duties, thereby giving me free time. Naturally, I have to thank you properly. There are so many ways to express your thanks. Why not choose one that would delight everyone?" Xiao Qie said, "Looks like you indeed have friends in the 6 ministries. Having money at home is not as good as having friends in the Imperial Court. My friend told me something. I guess you'd be interested too," Shun Zichuan said. Xiao Qie stared at him and said, "I'm all ears." But Shun Zichuan surveyed the study and said, "Come to think of it, it's a pity that I have yet to meet this unpolished Jade Yuanzhua 6 Yarrow Wenyu. Are you on good terms with him?" Xiao Qie said, "A passing acquaintance. He can't be compared to you. The Yarrow clan is on the decline, yet they still stand among the 8 great clans. It's inevitable that there would be people who can't accept this." Shun Zichuan said, "Yarrow Wenyu is Secretariat Elder High's pupil, yet he doesn't join the Imperial Court as an official. This is just like throwing away his weapon to let others slaughter him as they please." Xiao Qie said, "Even though the Yarrow clan seems to be on the decline on the surface, the remnants of power and prestige accumulated over 3 reigns are still there. Yarrow Wenyu might be a refined man of leisure, but he is by no means a fool. Who would want to mess with the Yarrow clan?" Shun Zichuan put on a contemplative expression and said, "How would I know about that?" Xiao Qie fell silent, but he reacted quickly and said, "You aren't that generous a person. By going out of your way to give me news, you've instead made me uneasy, Lanju. We are going to investigate the case together. Anything I can help with, I'll not decline to." Shun Zichuan said, "It's only when I saw you on good terms with the Yarrow clan that I remembered this. The 8 great clans have stood tall for a very long time. Seeing how powerful and mighty you are now, wouldn't it only to be expected if they were to be scheming something? If the Yarrow clan isn't willing to associate with them, then they would inevitably become the target of their ire." Xiao Qie took over command of the 8 great training divisions and upset the 8 great clans' military power. All along, the 8 great training divisions were the 8 great clans' assets for contingency purposes that circled around Kudu. Losing an official post was nothing, they still had the younger generations at home to replace them. But losing the 8 great training divisions meant that they would fall under the control of others for real. It was one thing for them to mutually contain one another, and another to be controlled by Xiao Qie. As the saying goes, it's a general truism of the world that anything long divided will surely unite, and anything long united will surely divide. 7 And now, Xiao Qie was the common foe the 8 great clans had to reunite again to deal with. What Shun Zichuan had said was not wrong, but Xiao Qie could still smell something fishy about these seemingly honest words. Xiao Qie said without batting an eyelid, "The threat I posed to them hasn't reached that extent yet. The permanent solution would be to nip it in the bud. You have already displayed your abilities during the autumn hunt. Pretending that nothing had happened now is merely deceiving yourself, much like plugging your ears while stealing a bell. Shun Zichuan said. Xiao Qiye suddenly asked, "Who's your friend?" "Lianin at Kangji." Net Shun Zichuan smiled at him and said, "Even if I tell you the truth, would you dare to believe it?" Xiao Qiye stared restlessly at Shun Zichuan. He wouldn't believe him. Shun Zichuan was good at bewitching others. Every word he said while he was sober was a cocktail of truths and lies. This man was so difficult to deal with that Xiao Qiye even felt that he was much easier to talk to in bed. "I'll ferret him out." Xiao Qiye leaned closer to him. "You only need to expose your trail, and you won't be able to escape my eyes. You are already about to be unable to fend for yourself." Shun Zichuan said cheerfully. "You'd best think of a way first to ride out this storm safely. To think your heart doesn't even ache for me at all." Xiao Qiye suddenly made a switch away from his solemn expression. "One night together as husband and wife is affection for 100 more. 8 Lanju, you are too callous." Shun Zichuan imitated his previous words and said, "That's right. But what can you do?" Xiao Qiye sat down and propped up his leg again. Reclining back against the chair, he pondered for a moment and said, "This matter is an easy one to resolve. It's not really that big of a deal. I'll have to thank you for your reminder tonight." "That's really too kind of you," Shun Zichuan said. 100 taels will do. No money." Xiao Qiye dragged out his words. "My annual salary as a second-grade official is only 150 taels. But even without money, I can use something else in exchange. This second young master will warm your bed for you. Then forget it." Shun Zichuan smiled politely. "I'm used to sleeping alone. I don't need to warm my bed. Habits can be changed." Xiao Qiye lifted his fingers to his nose to take a sniff. Casting a sidelong glance at him, he jested, "Are you getting used to sniffing my handkerchief so far?" Caught off guard, Shun Zichuan clenched his hands, leaving red marks on his fingertips. Xiao Qiye sized up the beauty under the lantern. He looked as the latter forcibly braced himself to put on a calm front, then at his reddened fingertips. Finally, he pointed to his own ear and said in a wicked tone, "Lanju, you're blushing."